sorry about that break, but we can resume. Thank you. So we are going to have a round of introductions, just so that we know each other. Normally when we have these meetings, we do introductions as groups. I don't know whether, who is managing the music? I don't know whether, Mr. Chairman, you want that to change. Normally the regional chairman do the introduction, chairperson, sorry, do the introductions to catch up on time. That's okay? All right. Okay, so since we are miners and this is a mining event, we'll start with some safety moments. Because safety is everything in our industry. If you hear someone screaming that there's a fire, they are likely not to be joking. And if you scream fire just because you want us to end early, we shall fine you. So, Chairman, you look for an appropriate fine for people who want to joke with the word fire. If you hear that word fire, I'm told you can use the stairs and go down to the parking lot. Don't use the elevator because it may be the one on fire. Please avoid going through this side. There's a swimming pool down there. If you can swim, you can jump over, but we shall not be responsible for what will happen to you. You may miss the swimming pool. Some people who participated in the Olympics, like my friend Comfort from Gulu, may want to dive into that pool, but it won't work. This is Golf Course Hotel. We shall be having our meals downstairs, you will be told, but the break tea will be served at the back where you entered from. The washrooms are just outside behind these curtains, actually behind me, but you have to get out to reach there. Feel free to use any of the exits. Now, I want to invite the chairperson of the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, Mr. John Bosco Butcher, who will come us here officially. That national association are the hosts of these annual meetings. We normally host these meetings on a rotational basis. The first one was for Central Region in Kampala. The second one was in Imbarara for the Western Region. The third one was in Gulu for the Northern Region. This one was meant to be in Eastern Uganda, but we got some logistical challenges and had to have it here. But we are still really under the care of the group from Eastern Uganda, and most of the topics that will be discussed are actually focused more on the mining that takes place in Eastern Uganda. So, Chairman Bosco, I want to invite you to invite your chairmen and chairwomen to introduce their people. And these are not opening remarks, just introductions for us to know who is in the room. I will also ask you to introduce our visitors from outside Uganda. Those who are not miners, we shall introduce ourselves separately. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Good morning, everybody. Are we already hungry? Good morning, everybody. Yes, that is a bit energetic. I am Bukia John Bosco, the chairperson of the Uganda Association of Artisan and Small-Scale Miners. Of course, before I give the opportunity to the hosting chairperson, Eastern Region, I must welcome you all. You are all most welcome to this important annual event, which we have organized for the last 3 years. I think this is the 4th event that we are going to have. So I would like to introduce to you our regional chairpersons. But we shall begin with Eastern Region because they are the hosts. Then Eastern Region will introduce the rest of the regional chairpersons and their members. Padre Stephen, you're most welcome here.
Thank you, my boss. Good morning to all, fellow miners, participants, and all the people in the mining sector, government officials, the representatives of the funders, more so ASM and Solidaridad. May I take this opportunity to first and foremost introduce all the people who have come with from Eastern Uganda. Can you stand up for recognition? So from Eastern Uganda, we have invited, we've come with people from Busia, people from Namaingo, people from Tororo, and people a bit from some part of Bugiri, and then Mayuge. So that's the composition of Eastern. We have mostly focused on gold mining, and 1 or 2 people from the quarrying sector, as required here. The Uganda Artisanal and Small-Scale Mining and Acquiring. Are you all welcome? May I now take the opportunity to invite my counterpart from Eastern Uganda? I mean Western Uganda? Deus?
Thank you, Bwana Padre, the host in comma. Is it comma what? In bracket, anyway. Deus Dedit Vinomicha is my name. I come from Western Uganda, Buwejo district, and I'm the chair of Western Uganda Ugazim. I'm also the national vice chairman Ugazim. I have come with my team of 15 people. You can stand up for recognition. People from Western Uganda, including Afande Felicitas. So she's part of us, and will be joined by our member of parliament, Honorable Mwishe, who is also on our team. Our team comprises of people from 1 from Kabare, 3 from Ntungamo, 2 from Isingiro, plus a journalist from Western Uganda, and the rest are from Buwejo, because the focus was on the people who are dealing in gold. So you are most welcome. And on my behalf and on behalf of the people of Western Uganda, we are happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Can I invite the chairman from Northern Uganda?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by the name Stuart Kidega, Chairman, Northern Region. I've led a team from different districts. From northern region, I have 14 people who are dealing in development minerals. We don't have precious mineral that side, and we are representing development minerals. I want to take this moment to allow them stand up for recognition. Among us, we have a district representative, district natural resource officer, who has also accompanied us for this meeting. You're most welcome. Thank you.
May I invite the chairman who has let me be here. This one is Eastern Uganda in quotes. We are in brackets. May I invite my counterpart from Central Uganda. Thank you for allowing me to host this meeting in your region.
Good morning. I'm Emmanuel Chivirige, the National Coordinator of the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners and the Director of Kafenet Treasure Mineral Dealers Limited. I'm a gold miner. Because of the challenges, in our part in the country, all the team members I've come with were stuck in Kampala and Mityana when the lockdown was announced. So the other people at the site were not able to come because the lockdown has not been lifted yet. And we pray, because for the last 21 days, we haven't had an active case. And also the newsmen are silent about it. We hope they don't announce any other case tomorrow. And we get back to normal. We have a team of 15 people who are stuck around Kampala and Mityana. And we thought they should be part of this event because not working for 2 months does not stop you from being a gold miner. So my team from the Central, please stand up for recognition.
So from the East to Central, may I take this very honorable opportunity to invite our 3 guests who have come from across. Artisanal small-scale mining has extended and it has built and want to build our own alliance all over the region of Eastern and Central Africa. So may I take this opportunity first and foremost to invite those guests from Kenya who have come here as a good gesture to show that we are already expanding and we are going east, west, and southern. Please, my guests from Kenya.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mary Alwany from Kenya, Kakamega County. I'm an artisanal miner. Also, I sit on the ASM County Committee. Thank you.
All protocol observed. Good morning. I'm Saleh Timothy Mukoshi, an artisanal miner and an ASM leader in the western part of Kenya where they do gold mining. First, I appreciate the state of Uganda, the organizers of this event, that is the UGASIM, Solidaridad and ASEP, and all the participants. May God bless you all.
May I find?
I think we are 3 from Kenya, and one of us is from the northern region, which is Turkana. Mr. Joseph Ekiro is not yet here, but when he arrives, he will come to introduce himself.
Thank you. May I introduce a team from Karamoja region? These are on your team, if you are here. Karamoja. Just say something and then.
Good morning, everybody. I am sorry to tell you about the delay of our team from Karamoja, but they're on their way coming. No, Karamoja is quite far, and Charles is struggling. They've just entered Kireka, and now they will be coming here. So we'll introduce ourselves as they join us. But I am Lugwe John Bosco, the Vice Chairperson of Karamoja Region. Thank you.
So we shall introduce our friends as they come. May I call Robert, the MC of the day, to take over. I think I've finished my role as introduction now. Maybe other people. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. I think you can see we are ably represented, and the whole of Uganda is here, apart from that small part that is under lockdown. The lockdown, actually, that same issue of Ebola has affected some of the people who we had invited, and they were meant to come from outside Uganda. Apparently, people believe that it's not safe to travel to Uganda around this time. And maybe, Emma, we need to make a policy brief about that, calling on the president to make a public announcement that Uganda is safe now. Thank you very much. One of you who was here went away with my program. Can you identify yourself? Now I have no program here. Chairman. Okay. So, having known the miners who are in the room, we also have other guests, development partners, and funders, and well-wishers. I would like Valence. I would like someone to just take the microphone around, because for them they are fewer. They can introduce themselves one by one. If you know you're here in another capacity that is not a miner, please, that microphone that is going around is for you. I want you to start from Busitema University, and then you'll go like that and end with Lynn.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bagole Christopher. I'm lecturing at Busitama University in the Department of Mining Engineering, and this department is hosted by the Faculty of Engineering. I thank you. We shall keep interacting, and I'm happy to be part of this particular event. Thank you very much.
Good morning to you all. My name is Seti Patience. I'm the Administrative Assistant to the Minister of State for Minerals.
Thank you. So now that you're here, we know if he doesn't show up, he can send you the speech by WhatsApp.
Good morning to everyone. I'm ASP Mbam Felestas. I'm the Zonal Command of Police Minerals and Ankole Zone. Thanks for coming.
You can go over there, but you skip that man with a suit and glasses. He doesn't like talking. Go, start from there. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Filippo Akankwasa, a geochemist who is the Director of Geological Surveys and Mines under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sharon Nisima. I work with an NGO called Environmental Women in Action for Development, and we work in Busia, and we are strong advocates for the rights of small-scale and artisanal miners. Thank you.
I am Matthew Kivuka from the Central Region. I'm essentially a well-wisher.
Thank you for wishing us well. Okay. Where is Marie? Where has Marie sat? Marie, oh yeah, over there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The energy is little. Luanga Deborah Marie is my name. I'm working with Advocacy and Frontiers in the Natural Resource Governance Department. At ASF, we are very passionate about ensuring business and human rights are upheld. We'll be interacting more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else on that table? Professor Paul Twebaze, postdoctorate candidate.
I'm Twebaze Paul. I work with Pro Biodiversity Conservation in Uganda. I'm a natural resources governance consultant. Thank you.
Okay. You can come to this table. The last table.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm Rose Nakauma from Planet Gold.
Good morning, Lynn Gitu from the Planet Gold program.
Thank you, Planet Gold. Anyone else who is not a miner that I may have skipped? Oh, Mr. Baliedusa. Yes, I've introduced you partially.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Thomas Arthur Baliedusa. I'm a community development officer from the Manga district. You're all welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Balemesa Kisembo, and as Chris put it, I'm currently a very pertinent well-wisher to the mining industry, and I've worked with some of your groups in the Karamoja region. In Busia, I saw Stephen talking, and my focus is mainly on land rights, mining rights, and conflict. Those of you I've worked with, those are my areas of interest, and I also support a number of organizations in different roles. Amongst those is Resource Rights Africa, which is doing a lot of work in the Karamoja region as an associate. Thank you, and thank you for organizing this. Looking forward to talking with you.
Thank you. Anyone else? The media, you can just, members of the media fraternity.
Good morning. Ian Muganzi is my name. I'm here on behalf of Resource Rights Africa.
Thank you. The media people, the social media people, you can just wave so that people know where you are. Those who don't like giving interviews can run away from you. Where is Odiek? Hey, This is a very important event. When you see Emma Chivirige wearing a coat, then you know things have really become serious. I'm missing someone? Okay, so thank you for honoring our invitation to be here. We normally run these events in a manner that balances both networking and pushing our issues forward, and we'll be doing just that throughout these 2 days. I'm going to just run through the program for the 2 days, and then I will invite our chief funder of this event, Solidaridad, to talk a little bit about the organization and why they're interested in pumping money into events like these. And as he's finishing, I think our chief guest will be nearby, and we can proceed to have the chairman of UGASM make his opening remarks. Although this event is hosted by ASM and funded by Solidaridad with some partnership with Centenary Bank and others, it's actually an event for miners. It's an annual event that brings miners from across Uganda together, leaders of miners from across Uganda together, to talk about their challenges and also plan for next year. So today we normally pick a topic that is important to us, discuss that, and then we have action planning for the next year to decide what we should do, where we should do it, and how we should do it. So my job really is to be an MC and timekeeper to make sure that things move according to plan, but the real people who run the event is that association of the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners. So that is why the chairman will be the one making the introductory remarks, the welcome remarks, and everything else that he has. Lucky for us, he's a retired politician, so he's good at talking. Are you coming back? Are you coming back in the politics? You're retired. You're in recess. Okay. What about Deus? Are you? Is Chinyata here? Chinyata not yet. Okay. So I want now to invite Joshua to make some opening remarks and welcome us here. We appreciate the funding that you have availed to us to be able to have such an event. But before Joshua, I just wanted to summarize the program. So we have the most important part of today being a presentation of policy and operational proposals for the mining sector to the minister and some members of the Natural Resources Committee if they're here. And then the chief guest will open the event. We'll have some interactions with him. Some people have expressed a desire to just put some few things across. So maybe I'll ask the chairperson of UGASM to coordinate that process to make sure that the questions are succinct and also not that many. Then we'll have some symbolic photograph moments, break for tea, and after tea we'll be discussing access to finance. We shall have Uganda Microfinance Support Center and Centenary Bank. And then we'll have a discussion on that and break for lunch. After lunch, we'll talk about some key issues on formalization, legalization, compliance, inclusion, and sustainability. And that will be a discussion for the whole region, including our friends from Kenya. And then we'll break for the day. Tomorrow will be dedicated to the topic of mercury in gold mining, and we'll have discussions with people from NEMA, from Busitema University, Planet Gold, and DGSM. After that, we'll do our action planning, and that will be the end of our event. It's not a very long program, so I hope we shall have your attention throughout the deliberations. We have been joined by some members of parliament. Where I come from, you cannot introduce your elders. So I want to ask Chibirige, can you pass this microphone to the table? The table that was reserved where you cannot sit. And afterwards you bring back my microphone. Chibirige is a gold miner in central Uganda, but he also mines gold in western Uganda. They call him Chibirige. And here is Chibirige.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Where I come from, the children know the elders. So you don't ask the elders to introduce themselves, but the elders are known by all and sundry. That notwithstanding, my name is Dr. Emmanuel Otala, Member of Parliament for West Budama South Constituency in Tororo, and the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. That's the committee that oversees this sector. So it's a pleasure being here, and I will be with you for a short while because I have other engagements, and then I will be running, but that does not mean that I may not be able to come back again. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
My name is Francis Mwiruche, Member of Parliament of Buheju County, Buheju District. I am happy to be here.
Our man? Okay. Louder then. Yeah. I didn't want to say it, but he's also my OB.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Muhindo Harold Tony. I represent the people of Bukonzo East from Kasese District, which is at the center of the natural resources in the Rwenzori region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now I want to invite Joshua from Solidaridad to make his brief opening remarks. And as he's coming, we appreciate them for availing the funds really that have made this possible. Joshua?
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. These activities are limited, and the working conditions of millions of these producers are abject. Miners and workers are key players in tackling these challenges, the biggest of which being climate change, yet their voices are often not heard. Reclaim sustainability requires a commitment from a supportive public sector, a responsible private sector, and a vibrant civil society. There is need to promote transnational solidarity, like we've seen our Kenyan counterparts attending our conference, but that is just the start. And there's also need to contribute to an inclusive and sustainable economy with prosperity and inclusion from all, as well as healthier ecosystems. Therefore, government to support miners in their endeavors to mine sustainably, we need government legislation that supports miners' progress and transition from artisanal to small scale to medium scale and hopefully eventually to large scale, and not efforts to stifle their progress. We need efforts that level the playing field for women, men, and youth in mining by increasing avenues for inclusivity and not power play that tears these communities apart. We need efforts that support environment restoration and ecological conservation in mined and mining areas, and not a blame game of pointing fingers and looking at miners as the chief destroyers of the environment. As such, we believe that with miners in Uganda united under the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, and with like-minded stakeholders like the Africa Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and all other like-minded civil society organizations, and with support and funding from entities like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, but again with support from the government of the Republic of Uganda, we have no doubt in our minds that we shall win and we shall indeed reclaim this sustainability. I thank you and I salute you for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you, Joshua, and thank you for picking interest in this subject of artisanal miners. I now want to invite the chairperson of UGASM. You have two roles. The first is welcome remarks, and the next is talking about UGASM. But for now, I would like you to welcome our guests here and make them feel at home.
Thank you very much. The program controller of the day. Once again, I am Bukia John Bosco, the chairperson of the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you here present, mainly our honorable members of parliament, the likes of Honorable Mujuche, who have really supported UGASM right for the last so many years. They have supported our efforts in Parliament. They have supported us to get legalized in Mubende, in Buwejo, and we pray that you keep with us. You'll get gold. Thank you so much. The Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners is an umbrella body of registered associations dealing in mining across the country. UGASM, in brief, was registered in June 2018. We are, those who know how to calculate, we are some years down the road. And our aim of forming this association or umbrella body was to make sure that we create an advocacy forum for the issues that were affecting the miners. UGASM, the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, is clustered into 5 mining regions. And these regions have just been introducing themselves here, the membership of the participants from the different regions. We have Karamoja region. Their colleague told us that they are on the way coming. I don't know whether they have arrived. Are they here yet? Not yet. When they come, we shall introduce them. We have Northern region, Eastern region, Central region that has not been able to ably be represented because of the Ebola pandemic in Mubende and Kasanda districts, and we also have Western regions. We also have intentions of creating another region, the Albertine region, which will take care of Kasese up to Bulisa, the Albertine Graben. Because of resources, we had wanted to have that region scaled up by the time of this ASMQ. Those who were in last year's ASMQ in Gulu, you remember very well in our way forward, we had agreed that we form that Albertine region, but it has not been possible because of challenges like resources and these untimely pandemics. The Uganda Association of Artisanals has had some achievements over the years, and these include organizing and mobilizing our members to form associations, because membership in UGASM is by association. It's not by individuals. It's by association. And as we talk now, we have mobilized and increased our membership from last year's 118 members to 126 member associations across the country. That means UGASM is on ground. We are a call away from all mining areas in this country. We have also successfully been organizing conferences of this nature, like the Artisan and Small Scale Miners and Quarry Masters Conference, which is organized on an annual basis with stakeholders like Africa Center for Energy and Mineral Policy and Solidaridad that has been on board this year. I ask members to give a handful of clap to Solidaridad because of the closure of the Democratic Governance Facility, which mainly used to fund the Africa Center for Energy and Mineral Policy to organize such conferences. We doubted whether it would be possible to have this conference, but I'm happy that Solidaridad is on board through Reclaim Sustainability Gold, and they have made it possible for us to convene as we have always convened. These annual events, I remember very well we had agreed that will be held at regional levels so that we can be closer to the miners. You know, sometimes when we organize such conferences in Kampala, they attract the academia, the top political leadership, but our miners on ground, who should benefit, who should know what it means to get organized, and the voice that we can have when you were organized, miss out. Last year, we had one in northern Uganda, in Gulu City. The other year, we had one in Mbarara City. The first one was in Kampala, in Central Region. This year, we were meant to be in Eastern Region, but like I said, because of resources, we could not make it to Eastern Region. However, we agreed that Eastern Region is going to host us from within Central Region. And here we are. Tomorrow, we shall be discussing our way forward. We shall be agreeing on where to have the next ASMQ conference. And if members allow that, let's reconsider having it in Eastern Region, I think it will be good for us. We have participated as an association in advocating for ASM issues in the formulation of the Minerals and Mining Bill. As you might all be aware, that the bill it's no longer a bill, it's now an act. We are now waiting for the regulations. But I would like to thank members and also report that almost over 50% of our input from the harmonized position of ASMs on the Minerals and Mining Bill were considered in the law. That means our advocacy has worked. We have an enabling law. We have a law that now recognizes the artisanals and small-scale miners.
and also provides for progression. We can progress from artisanal to small-scale miners, and finally medium to the large-scale players. We hope some of the small players seated in this room in the next 10 years or 5 years to come will be big players and competing for the mining business at international levels. When I look at my chairperson, Eastern Region, Mr. Pade, you cannot die an artisanal miner. And I am actually about to announce, but also proposing, that in the next year's ASMQ conference, we should separate the two. We should see, now that we have grown, we need to see artisanals remaining with their own leadership as artisanal leaders, artisanal miners, and create another fora for the artisanal miners that have been licensed by government and have now become small-scale miners. I see PADE in such a fora. I see the likes of my vice chairperson in such a fora. Actually, next year, we may come to hand over to the new leadership of the artisanal miners. Then for us, we go to the small-scale area and see what we can do there. This will be a landmark. Initially, we lacked recognition by government, but because of the advocacy of the Uganda Association of Artisan and Small-Scale Miners, we are now recognized. It is evident in the law that has just been passed by Parliament. We have so many pages talking about us, artisanal miners and small-scale miners. And you remember very well, at the time we formed UGASM, we had issues with government, we had issues with the technical people, but those issues seem to be getting almost solved. We are now looking at the regulations that are being formulated, and I wanted to request, and I will still request the Honorable Minister when he comes, so that we can organize a boardroom meeting, and we make an input in the regulations that are about to be passed, because we are the direct beneficiaries of these regulations. I would like to further report that we have had a series of meetings during the last financial year. And we have had quite a number of consultative meetings, and we have come up with recommendations, which I'm going to hand over to the minister when he comes, recommendations on how we think this sector should be managed. We feel if those recommendations are included in the regulations, we shall have a smooth sector and an enabling sector. I cannot leave without mentioning some of the challenges that we have had, that we have gone through over the years. One is mindset change of our members for self-sustainability. Most of the associations I've talked about, like the over 120 associations that are formalized, have been formalized with the help of civil society organizations. And you know how civil society organizations operate. They will invite you, mobilize you, give you lunch, and give you some transport refund. Some members have remained thinking about issues like transport refund when they have meetings, even when they have meetings within their working areas. So I call upon our members to change our mindset and look at what we are doing as business and find ways of how we can sustain ourselves even when the civil society organizations that are giving us a hand leave. Let's not plan to live on handouts from civil society organizations, but plan how we can sustain our associations using our own resources. And in the near future, we want to see UGASM using its own resources to organize such a conference with little support from the development partners. There we shall say that we have changed our mindset. We also have a challenge of some civil society organizations that seem not to have interest in seeing ASMs developing their businesses. Some would rather want to keep us stagnated somewhere so that we remain disorganized and they get more business in the name of organizing us. So I call upon my members to keep focused and let's keep organized and move forward as our set objectives and make sure that our set objectives are achieved. We would like to appreciate the good intentions of government to recognize artisanals and small-scale miners, but request through the Directorate of Geological Survey and Mines that a special program be designed to benefit the artisanals and small-scale miners. When we look at the agricultural sector, the technical team and the political, I recognize the arrival of the Honorable Minister of State for Mineral Development, Honorable Peter Okeris. You're most welcome, Honorable. Let's give him a clap. They have designed programs like the National Agricultural Advisory Services, which have benefited the farmers. They have designed programs like Operation Wealth Creation, whatever it is, and the PDM programs. They are also meant to benefit the miners. But we are yet to see a program designed by government to benefit the artisanals and small-scale miners. And yet we are all aware that if we are properly managed and legislated, we can change the economic status of our country through payment of taxes. So we are aware that mining is one of the priority areas under NDP 3, but we have not seen a specific program addressing our issues. Another challenge that we have, most of our member organizations are not yet licensed. The likes of Namayingo, Chiboga, Karamoja, Ibanda, Fort Portal, and the rest. We request the Department or the Directorate of Geological Survey and Mines to consider licensing those ASMs that are ready to be licensed as they renew the licenses of the big players, mainly in their areas of operation, so that they can continue with business and legally. Access to finance for ASMs has remained a big challenge. We have had, in most of the conferences that we have been organizing, we have had members from Centenary Bank. We have tried to initiate a conversation along accessing funds through Centenary Bank, but because the laws seem not to be quite enabling, we initiated discussion with directors from Bank of Uganda, and they were talking about the bullion policy, which we don't have. We had initiated before COVID-19 to have a discussion with Bank of Uganda, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Finance, the Uganda Bankers Association, and see how can we design a product that can benefit the artisanals and small-scale miners so that they can also access funding. When we are accessing funding, we access agricultural loans and take them to mining. When will that time come when a miner can access a loan to carry out exploration or mining? So we request the Honorable Minister forward that to Cabinet so that a policy is designed specifically to benefit the artisanals and small-scale miners like it is in other sectors. We also realize that most ASMs across the country lack knowledge on the newly approved Minerals and Mining Act. We, as the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, are committed to transferring knowledge to our colleagues, and we call upon the civil society players and partners to help us to push for sensitization programs across the country so that our colleagues, the miners, get acquainted with the new law, the regulations when they come out, how to apply for these mining licenses and the different types of licenses, like I said, that provide for progression. To the members of the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, at our headquarters, we are lacking adequate staff. I think we should have time and see how to properly equip our offices with adequate staff. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture to conclude my speech by wishing you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year, full of love, peace, and development for God and my country. Our dear chief guest, we, the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, have had consultative meetings. We appreciate the law that was enacted by government, and we pledge to mobilize our members towards operating within the law. But there are some issues that we feel need the attention of the policymakers, and we are happy to be with you here. We are aware that the guidelines or the policy regulations that are supposed to enable the implementation of the new law are being drafted, but we feel, as the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, we should have an input. It is not mandatory that we are supposed to be consulted, but as key stakeholders, we request for a boardroom meeting with the drafters or the technical people at the ministry so that we can give our input. And now that we have the opportunity of having you here, we have documented these recommendations and proposals as the association for consideration by your technical people and for consideration by Parliament. I take this opportunity to request you that you allow me hand over to you a copy of the recommendations. And thank you, Honorable Peter Lokeris, for having us, the Artisan and Small-Scale Miners Fraternity. I remember we started from very far when we were not yet organized to this level. The level of organization that we have today is actually part of you. We are succeeding because you really guided us well, and we are happy to report to you that we are moving well. So I request, with your permission, that I hand over to you a copy of these policy recommendations for your consideration. I want it to be ceremonial. The Honorable Minister will come forward, and my colleagues, the regional chairpersons, will come with me, and we hand over a copy to him. One of the copies is supposed to be handed over to the Natural Resources Committee. I don't know whether the members of Parliament that we have include members of the Natural Resources Committee. After handing over to the Minister, we shall hand over our recommendations to the Natural Resources Committee. The chairperson, I'm able to inform that is around. UGASM, we are making a milestone. We are proposing further, and I'm sure our proposals will be considered like our proposals were considered during the draft of the Minerals and Mining Bill. These are proposals to be included in the new policy guidelines that are being drafted and regulations. Thank you so much. Chris, you can now take over. I think we are done.
Another hand clap for the chairperson. If you had any doubts that this association is being led by the right people, I believe those doubts have now been diluted a little bit. Thank you, Bosco. I'm called Busime Chris. I'm the Programs Director for Africa Center for Energy and Mineral Policy. I'm here on behalf of our CEO, Mr. Don Binyina, who had other engagements out of Kampala, and he couldn't be back in time. As we were deliberating, we were also joined by Honorable Isabirie, ED. You're welcome, sir. And you're also a member of the Natural Resources Committee, right? No? Okay, but you're welcome. And Chairman also, you're welcome. So I would like to just update Honorable Peter Lokeris on what has transpired since morning as you make your remarks as our chief guest. We have about 150 to 200 people in this room. The biggest percentage, maybe about 90%, are artisanal and small-scale miners from across Uganda. This national association that has been leading the previous session is divided into 5 regions: Northern Uganda, Eastern, Western, Central, and Karamoja. All those regions are represented here. We have artisanal miners who have come from all those areas to be with us here. We have members of parliament, including those from the Natural Resources, Environment and Natural Resources Committee, who are with us here. We have development partners, notably Solidaridad, which has funded this event, ASF, which is one of our partners. ASM, we are the hosts. Planet Gold, that does a lot of work with DGSM and others. We have Busitema University, which is pioneering some innovations regarding artisanal mining. They have invented several pieces of equipment that are being piloted by miners. They have invented blowers, and I'm told they are now engaging in research to see how they can reduce the amount of mercury that is used in gold mining. They are here with us. We have very esteemed guests from Kenya, Kakamega, and as the gentleman from Turkana arrived, oh yes, I'm sure the Honorable Minister will want to have a word with you. He shares some interests with the Turkana region. So we have 3 representatives from the Kenyan artisanal and small-scale mining fraternity, mainly engaged in gold. Now we have gone through the initial part of the day, getting to know ourselves. We have exchanged ideas on what's happening where we are working, and we've updated ourselves. And after that, we'll be talking about the issue of access to finance, which the chairman talked about. We expect the board chairperson of the Microfinance Support Center here. I'm not sure if he has arrived yet, as well as a senior person from Centenary Bank, which is one of the partners for this event. Then we'll go into our normal discussions, and tomorrow we'll be talking more about health and safety, especially the issue of mercury, which is now illegal under the new law. Now, that's just a brief background of what transpired here before you arrived. And I would like now to invite you, Honorable Peter Lokeris. I hope I'm not abusing protocol, but on behalf of the people gathered here, I would like to invite you to make your remarks as the chief guest. And in artisanal and small-scale mining circles, we refer to you as our de facto patron, but these people are too shy to say that when you're there. Now I've said it. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, for your courtesy to call me here. Chair of the Committee of Natural Resources and all members of Parliament present, development partners, RDCs, chairmen, cows, and other members of these local governments, the ED, and all staff of the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and Zoli, the Red Dad, other representatives of civil society organization, delegates from our neighboring sister countries, Kenya and DRC, present here, representatives of artisanal and small-scale miners of Uganda, the media, colleagues from the government departments of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to join you at this 4th Artisanal Small-Scale Mining and Quarrying Conference in Uganda. As you are aware, Uganda's mining industry is dominated by artisanal and small-scale mining operations. Over 1 million Ugandans, directly or indirectly, benefit from artisanal and small-scale mining operations. The minerals mined by ASMs include gold, tin, tungsten, columbite, tantalite, iron ore, gemstones, limestone, marble, kaolin, clay, sands, granites, and salt, which are widely distributed throughout the country. It is notable that the ASM's sector is usually portrayed by its negative impacts rather than by understanding and addressing some of the structural challenges to improve the sector's opportunities for sustainable development. The ASM sector structural challenges include inadequate regulation, the local politics in ASM's zones, nomadic way of these artisanal miners' operations, influx of foreigners, insecurity, environmental degradation, that is, leaf tailings hanging up there without attention, and living gaping holes. Use of hazardous chemicals, such as mercury. I'm very happy you are talking about mercury. This is very dangerous to both humans and animals if they expose it to contaminated water. Inadequate technical and financial capacity, and lost revenue opportunities to government. I'm very happy you have banks here. Once these people have organized and licensed, you give them the money, they will pay you back that money. Because these are very essential minerals. Once they are available, everybody still has to get them. So the market is always there. So to say that they will not repay loans, of course you will assess their capabilities and sizes, and then what they say, the potentiality of the area. They will pay. So of course you know how to deal with them in the way you deal with other people themselves. These structural challenges need to be addressed for the ASM to contribute to social and economic development of the country. The ASM sector in Uganda includes a diversity of players such as Ugandans, migrants, and most vulnerable groups, including women and children, implying considerable diversity in the drivers of this industry. The mandate of my ministry is to establish, promote the development, strategically manage, and safeguard the national and sustainable exploitation and utilization of energy and mineral resources for social and economic development. This is the basis of our efforts as we formulate and implement the policies. Strive to create a conducive investment climate and ensure that mining activities are undertaken in a manner that ensures equitable access to benefits everybody. You know, sometimes we had the licenses we could only give to big companies, and the rest of the struggling group of the small scale mines was regarded as illegal. But the new law, we have formalized it. We give you licenses. so that you don't see the mineral policy and just running around. Should be saying, we are here. You will see. This is what we are moving to. Because we have nowhere else to go. We must be around. My ministry priority is to harness energy and mineral resources for employment creation, value addition, industrialization, and local content development. The energy and mineral sector is thus a primary growth sector in attaining the national strategic directions towards middle income status. The government of Uganda recognizes the potential that the ASMs can contribute to the local economic development if well regulated. These artisanals can play a significant role in providing employment, especially in rural areas, improving livelihood of people directly or indirectly, and controlling rural to urban migration. Towards improving ASM management and practice in Uganda, my ministry has managed and engaged the national ASM leadership, those who are here, and granted over 80 location licenses to various ASM groups. My ministry also conducted a benchmarking trip for Mbende ASMs to learn best practices in Tanzania and foster good relations between ASM and other mining entities. So to us, we decided to take the people of Mbende at that time. We went to Tanzania and benchmarked there. What we found was the licenses were given to different groups. The areas were delineated and they were there. Also, the government built the market centers so that if you do what you do there in the presence of government, even security is provided to you. So they themselves weigh you and other government machineries. You weigh your products. And then you are given transport to make sure that nobody robs you on the way up to the marketing center. And you sell. You go when you are sure that things are okay. You can even have your accounts and you put them there so that nobody follows you later to say, hey, anabeba nini huyu? Hakuna kitu. Eh? Kama ana kitu basi wacha. So that's what we want. Because you are the people of this East African region, you matter to the regions and the East Africa where you come from and the rest of Africa and the world. My ministry has also refuted the mining law to introduce a legal framework that provides for the progressive development of artisanal and small-scale mining. This is what I was explaining. The law is now there. They are just printing copies so that all of us have them, so that we know what we are supposed to do. The regulations are coming. We want you to benefit from what is given to you by God. Nobody created it for himself and say, I am favoring you. You are not favored. That's nature. The restrictive location licenses have been abolished and a new artisanal mining license and small-scale mining licenses introduced. So the thing which was saying, no, you are not here, you don't have a license, the licenses are coming to you. So that when you are somewhere, you are really free and confident. These new licenses will allow progression of artisanal miners from one level to another. So, if one is given to you when you are small, and through God's luck, you strike lack somewhere, and you increase your resources, and you are able to buy bigger machinery, your own capital has increased. You can say this, you can rise from small and you get for bigger licenses, and you get a bigger area. So there's progression, not to condemn you to one license route. No. Today, I'm glad that you have honored the invitation by the ACEMP to this very important activity. I thank them for the great efforts in organizing this conference geared towards improving governance of ASM in Uganda. At this point, I would like to appreciate the efforts that civil society organizations have played towards the development of the mineral subsector in Uganda. We are also especially pleased as government that you intend to rebrand this conference to the Great Lakes Mining and Energy Transition. You say it will be Great Lakes Mining and Energy Transition MKUTANO. Unajua sasa kila mtu no, that's a second official language wa Uganda ni Kiswahili. Sasa tulikuwa nalala kidogo, tunataka kuamka, alafu tukue pamoja na watu ya East Africa wote, alafu kama tunakutana huko tunaongea kama wadugu, kuliko na mmoja na nyamaza na angalia chini, wengine naongea Kiswahili sana wawa. Najua sasa hata mimi nakushakamata kidogo kidogo, hata kama nasikika sio mbaya. You know, you must learn by practice. So, in light of the emerging discourse on green energy, transition and climate change adaptation, this is the way to go. On our part as government, we will endeavor to sustain an enabling environment for ASM operations and ensure that both our local people and the country at large derive the most optimal benefits from mining. We wish to thank you very much for having come here so that we begin collaborating, and we also want to thank our partners, development partners, for all that you have been doing even before to be together with our people. So with this, I wish to thank you for this fruitful engagement. Having said so, I therefore wish with pleasure to declare the workshop open and wish you very, very fruitful deliberation. I thank you.
Another applause for the Honorable Minister. We thank you so much for having given us words of motivation. We are actually motivated to even work harder, mobilize Ugandans further, and make sure our country benefits from the God-given natural resources underneath. The Honorable Minister will be traveling for up-country issues. He has another engagement up-country. But before he goes, he has accepted to give us like 5 minutes, those that have issues. Because before we started, there are people who wanted to have issues probably attended to by the minister during this very conference. While I was seated there, Honorable Minister, I got an SMS from the people of Mubenda and Kasanda who have not been able to attend this workshop because of the Ebola pandemic. They appreciate His Excellency for having promised them a few things and implemented them. One, during a meeting with him at State House in Nakasero, he promised to organize for us a study tour to Tanzania, which was properly organized by your ministry, and we benchmarked. They thank you, they thank His Excellency through you for that. He promised an enabling law, which your ministry has worked on, and we now have an enabling law that even allows for progression of artisanals and small-scale miners. We appreciate that. However, through you, they have requested me that you remind the President about the third pledge that has never been received. He promised to give us working space, which we received, but also promised to give us both mining and processing equipment to ease our work. That one we have not received. I remember in one of the ministerial review meetings, we talked about it and issues were put in the budget. We have not had any report. Through you, Honorable Minister, we request you to remind the President that we are still waiting for the promised equipment. Now, those that have issues, put up your hand. The Minister has given us 5 minutes for 5 issues. Yes, Paddy.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Minister and members of Parliament, fellow miners. My name is Paddy Stephen Engidom, Chairman Eastern Uganda, Ugazim. My concern is to the Minister. This one is about licensing. We appreciate that government has made it an online application of licenses, but Honorable Minister, much as the act has been put in place, my people and everybody who is interested in the mining is still finding challenges in using the online access to the licensing. How quickly, Honorable Minister, will this be availed to the miners? We are waiting to see. Thank you.
I think let's have 5 issues so that the Minister can respond at a go. Any other person with an issue? Yes, Deus did it. You are next.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, honorable members of Parliament, my name is Deus Dedit Vinomicsa. I come from Hojo, and I am the chair of Ugazim, Western Uganda. Honorable Minister, we thank your ministry for giving us this chance and giving us the enabling law that recognizes us as artisanal miners. But Honorable Minister, it has taken long when you launched biometric registration. It's almost 2 years and nothing has been done. And we really understand and know that biometric registration could be one of the issues that can guide us by regulating artisanal miners. Because from where I come now, just of recent, we lost 2 artisanal miners in the mines. Reason being that when we try to register them as a cooperative, they don't listen. They don't listen because they don't want, but there is no clear regulation that gives the mandate, maybe local leaders on the grassroots, to register artisanal miners in their mining areas. I thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deus. Next is the other gentleman, and next will be Honorable Muziche. Thank you for reminding the Minister about the launch of the biometric registration. We also relaunched in Guru, registered a few miners and stopped there.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Yes, please. Speak louder so that the Minister can hear.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. for the wise sharing you've given to us. I am Okej Basilobon from Karamoja sub-region. Starting last year and continuing up to this year, there was the geophysical survey that was carried out in our region. And I am sure you are aware about it. Now, we have a challenge that in our region, Honorable Minister, it's also good that you come from the same region. We are always taken by storm. My prayer is, and request to you, is that the results of this survey be availed to the people who hail from the region, such that in an event of competition, we shall also have some information to start from. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Ms. Chair, before Honorable Ms. Chair goes on floor, let's recognize and acknowledge the presence of Honorable Kaya Christine. She is MP from Chivoga District and the Shadow Minister for Environment. The other side, you know. Not our side.
Thank you so much, the Chairman. I want to thank the Minister for having spared time to come interact with us. Honourable Minister, thank you very much. I know you have a lot of interest in this sector. You're not just the Minister there, but you have serious interests there. But two, no, he's not conflicted. Two, want to thank the Ministry for the support during the processing of the bill. Thank you. We are, of course, we know it awaits the rest of the bit of it. But for now, the artisanal miners are happy that there is a law, that they are recognized. Because all they were saying was recognize us so that we can operate officially, so that we contribute towards the development of this country through taxes. Just recognize us. And so you have done your part. The artisanal miners now wait for that last bit so they can also continue to their part. However, Honourable Minister, whereas mining in our communities is good for development, it must not be seen by the communities as a burden. I've just been talking to somebody in my in the proposal. Whereas we are aware of an exploration license, we have miners with very big equipments in Ngaru sub-county. I think the company is called Shine Mining. I'm sure you know about them. There are some Chinese there. They have heavy equipment. And to get there, you go through dangerous roads. I was even wondering how they get that equipment there. They cannot even think about covering potholes. Now, how useful are they? If they cannot even work on the roads going to their mines, leave alone social responsibility, leave alone paying taxes, they cannot even do roads to their areas. At least the Whites did a railway to Kasese, so they can take away the copper and left the line here. We have destroyed it ourselves. They built this man from Kasese, they have Kirembe Hospital. No, they built schools and hospitals. You have exploiters. Whereas the artisanal miners are doing a good job, but these people you bring in the names of Chinese, I am going to fight with them again. I am really going to fight with them, Honourable Minister, if they cannot recognize that they are mining in communities and that these communities must not see this gold as a burden, but a blessing in their communities. Otherwise, for now, we are not happy with these people coming to just take our gold and run away. We hear of oil roads in Hoima. Oil roads, even before the oil comes out, people are getting roads. So where are the gold roads in Buhoju? Why should we just see gold going away because it belongs to government? Why shouldn't we see? We don't want an airport like in Hoima. But recognize that we are also blessed as a district, as a region to have gold. Karamoja should not suffer even when they have gold. They should be happy that they have gold. I want to thank you so much and thank the Azano miners for the milestones and pledge that we shall continue supporting this sector because we have seen it grow until where it is now. Thank you very much.
Last one, the last one, I wanted a lady. I can see that lady behind there.
Thank you very much. I'm called Chebet Olva. Nenda ongea Kiswahili eh? Na washukuru wote mwenye mmekuja hapa. Minister wetu ni mzuri, ni anatokea district yetu. Ni heri naye asikilize malio yetu kutoka kwa district yetu. Sisi Karamoja region imekuwa ni kama mali penye ina attract kila outsider mwenye anatamani kufanya kazi. Outsiders wanakuja kutufanyia venye sisi hatuwezi hata tukafanya. Inawacha sisi wenyewe wenye area nje. Mambo ya kusema ati license. Sisi tuko mbali na hatuna akili yoyote kuhusu na mambo na license, na kuna procedures yenye tunaweza fanya tukapata hizo license. Nilikuwa naulizia kwa sababu kwa disarmament yenye imefanywa Karamoja, hii watu wamewacha mambo ya kuiba ng'ombe na kufuatilia vitu vingine, tumerudia kwa gold. Na unapoenda popote kutafuta gold yako, kwa sababu sisi tunafanyisha hii local methods kupata gold, lakini unapata wale wanasema hawa ni investors, hapo mali pote wamemaliza kusurvey. Sasa sisi hii watu wetu wenye wamemaliza kudisama hao wanataka warudie kwa wizi ama wafanye wachimbe gold. Tafadhali mnafaa msikilize kitu kama hicho, kwa sababu sisi tumewacha nje sana. Tunapoenda field tunafukuzwa. Tunapoenda field kutafuta gold tunafukuzwa. Sisi tunashindwa kuelewa shida ni nini. Tafadhali msilinganishe sisi Karamoja na hizi eneo zingine yenye nimekomea. Sisi bado tuko chini sana na tujui mambo mingi sana kuhusu na gold. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Make sure you go direct to the point. The minister has limited time.
Thank you so much.
Josephine.
Josephine Aguta, my name is. I'm a miner from Busia. I'm just trying to re-echo this, the voice of Honorable Mwinjuche. Honorable Minister, we are very positive and we would want development in our areas, and we want the big players to come and work, and we work alongside with them. What is happening in Busia is not something very good. Honorable Minister, I want to report to you, what Wagagai is doing to us is not something that is worthwhile to be done. When we are mining, we need to respect the cultural areas, we need to respect the burial places, graves, and so on. The work of Wagagai to the neighboring community is actually very, very bad. They have, I may call it arrogance. They are becoming too arrogant in a sense that there is a family of most recent that was affected by their mining activities, and when the family approached them on how the cracks, had emerged as they do the underground mining, when the family approached them, they just dictate on how much they are to compensate this family. So the family was given only 8 million shillings as compensation. And the graves had been, they went, dug out the graves, and the remains of their people were just, left outside. Now, if this small 8 million shillings is given to this big family, how do they relocate and, leave the remains there? The remains are supposed also to be relocated, to pay the people who do the cultural things, rights, and, move on these remains to another place. But to our disappointment, they dug out the remains and, just left them there in an open air and told them, come and carry away your remains. After all, we've already compensated you. We are not happy with the way Wagagai is behaving towards us in our community. We are not happy at all, Honorable Minister.
Noted.
Something should be done about
Noted, Josephine. Noted. One last one. The Honorable Minister was giving me a sign here that only one. Who is that lucky only one? Yes. Honorable Minister, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much for organizing this, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for making it. Me, it is like some advisory, because we are in this together. We are requesting that the grievance mechanism, all center, all desk is strengthened in the ministry. It should not appear that anybody who gets a grievance, as far as mining, as far as mining is concerned, should look out for
The minister.
support outside. It is better that when anybody gets an issue within our industry, within our sector, first approaches the ministry. So we need to strengthen the grievance mechanism desk, all table, all department within the ministry, such that it addresses our issues before they escalate in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now invite the Honorable Minister to come and respond to some of the issues raised. Some of them were comments, some of them were supplements, some of them were questions. You are most welcome, Honorable Minister.
Dear participants, thank you very much for the questions and comments. First, I want to know whether my team is here. Where are those geologists of mine? Are you here? Who is here? Didn't you call this staff of ours? Were they not informed? How can they dodge a very big important sitting like this? They join us in the course of the day, when many people have already spoken. They should have heard the comments of the chairperson here. Very, very nice. But put them down so that we rush them. The chairman of the committee is here and members, and my shadow is here. She has come very serious here, and we are very happy. Well, thank you very much. They were saying I am going. In fact, I should be in Kenya now. There is a meeting in Kenya directly opposite Gabon, and we talk there various things, security, about minerals, why planes are flying around the border. Some of them think they were coming to check whether they have guns or not. I went there and explained that those are for peaceful purposes. They are looking for resources down later to tell us if we can benefit from them. They are really very friendly. They should not get scared. And also I went there to condemn the people who killed our geologists and the guards, police people. Condemned that, all of them regretted. Now they have again called me to go and tell them another dose. So because I knew the importance of this meeting, I decided to come here first. So my going out, in fact, I always stay in meetings. I don't move out. If I were here, I would stay here until the end. Not that I listen. Because the interest here. You know, the mining industry is not short-lived. It will stay longer than petroleum. Petroleum have short time to flow, and then the cessation of activities start. We do the decommissioning and so on. But these minerals, this is why we shall live for a long time. Because Uganda is lucky, and most parts of African geosystems, they have different types of minerals And we shall continue switching from that to that and developing our capabilities in the future in a round manner, so that money is there, what is there. Thank you. Just a few comments. I'm very happy for the comments you people made, especially this one where you are thanking His Excellency, those who went to Tanzania. We shall again, since the new law has come, we shall organize in the future resources being available. Again, to go with our teams and the committees, we really look at and actualize and operationalize the new law, which gives authority, chance for our people to organize and get engaged in a lawful manner in these operations. I am very, very happy with that. The law has been assented to by His Excellency. They are under print, and teams will come out and will conduct it, sensitization throughout the country, so that everybody gets really equipped. For the third pledge that has not been fulfilled, a pledge of equipment, this will be passed over to His Excellency the President to decide what to do, and we shall move. So now, we are saying the online application is a bit confusing. Since the law has come, teams will come to the districts and so on. We have closer conversation and even learn how to use them. They are not easy for the first time, because some of us have not been computer wizards before. We shall go and say, how is it? How is it? Where you are supposed to do that one because you will be far. But if you are near, you can go and say, you fill it for me. They will fill, get assistance. But it's good if you can do it when you are far, to ease movement and to reduce expenses. Biometrics, this one, we shall encourage this. This is what we have introduced. And it's in the law, abundant, shall be coming to you. They say there is no mandate to encourage the minors. These are all in laws. When you come, we shall explain. My teams will come with me. That's why I was asking if they were present. Now somebody was talking about the aerial survey of Karamoja. That one is technical. What we are trying is to get targets and sites for future geological operations. They will first of all apply. They come and do the geological surveys where they are working, geochemical surveys and so on. Where they establish on the map, they will say on our data, they will say this is there, this is there, this. It will not be, the preserve of those people to keep. But also, because we spend a lot of money to do these things, there will be, those of you are big. Some of the data will be sold to you cheaply to go and look at yourselves and see properly, examine. So some money will be going to government, little, for getting data and so on. Those big companies have to pay, because these ones we paid for them. Some money must go back to government. Yes, this is what we want to do. The bill, of course, I've told you everything about the bill. It is so nice. Yeah, we must now move like this. Then there is a Karamoja who was talking about, what was this? This one who was talking in the Kiswahili. Big players not good. Not keeping and helping. The Ogagai person. Ogagai, we shall come and learn about that. Because when I was in Ogagai one time, I went to check on local content. Very many people in that place are being employed and they are earning money. That is in the fulfillment of our own local content. But if there are any other things which the people think is bad, which they do, we shall come and you raise these issues. We shall tell them. Because if I ask them now, they will say, we have done this, we are doing to the people this, this is a lie. So we shall be talking just there itself, on the ground, on site. We want our people to be handled well, not really, not just coming and doing what. So, you people of Karamoja, I think what we do is, I'm also told this tall man is from Karamoja. And in Karamoja, I'm not only a minister there. In fact, when I go to Karamoja, I throw away the ministerial position. And I also throw away the one of the MP. I become a smaller king there. You have our friend here, the king here. When I'm also moving there, I leave all these titles. And I go with another title. So I will come and see what's happening there. Because you are lucky, the same person you say Papa is also a minister. We shall come and discuss so that everything is organized well and we move together. This is what we are really saying. So this dialogue here, it should be around. Please bring out the issues, document them, and we come. We shall sit in the ministry, look at case by case for purposes of streamlining these issues. So, for you, you are part of us really. We are partners. People should not look at you as different people. Because if you are not there, then the mining industry is not very alive in the area. It must be vigorous and we move forward together. So to us, that's why we worked out for the law so that we remove restrictions for the people of Uganda and the East African community people. We need to work together. So to me, I'm very happy. I'm also going to ask those people who have not arrived why they have not arrived. They know I usually come very early. When you invite me, be careful. We are on the site at that time. Because in the morning at 9, I was stopped somewhere there. Then they told me, they say you can now go and come at 10, and I went away. Otherwise, I would have sat here before you. One time in Sheraton, twice I was invited there. I was the first to come and sit and wait for the others to come. And therefore, they would not say, they would say, by the way, we even have a guest of honor here. Then I get up. They say, this is the man who has been here before. Is this a guest of honor or is he has just been called? So, my shadow, I am very happy for your advices. You as really were advices giving us, and we shall continue to generate issues and advise the public. We work together. You know, for me, I don't know who is opposition, who is not opposition. For me, I move with everybody. So long as we are working for the country, the parties are just for getting into power. After that, we work. You get annoyed as if a party is your mother, is it not? You are just getting it to go to power. So those of you who are not there, don't worry. We are all together. You are here. So let's be happy. Thank you very much.
Honorable, that Honorable Mwijuche's issue is not answered. The issue of Buweju.
You know, first of all, the issues of oil are a little different from gold. These gold people go, they just go scavenging and go. But to say, you, before you do anything, you give us a tarmac road, before establishing what is there. Yes, which government will do the roads. Not real to tell everybody, even artisanal miner somewhere, that you put a road. That would be too much for them. So let's see, priority by priority. Is this mine a big mine? What type of road can lead us there. No, we don't throw people out because your position think it is easier to throw a person out after you have given a license. They will accuse you. Don't mind. We shall go and get information from where we sit. So we shall see case by case. I am not going to promise that the roads will be there. It will be a lie unless we see it case by case.
Let me give you information.
Yes.
Our concern is just, first of all, the practices, the primitive practices they are using, and you know them because one of their partners is called Modesta Roqueris, who is known to you very well. I know you know them. So our concern is not that they are coming to mine and we wouldn't want foreigners to come. No. When we're saying, first of all, the primitive practices, but two, that we just see them take our gold and as a district, as a sub-county, as a constituency, as a population, are just benefiting nothing. That's our concern.
But supposing we come there and discuss with them, you are also present. That's bad. That is good, is consultation. The girl you say, Modesta Lokeris, I know you thought you would marry her, but she's not marriable yet. So don't worry. She's just moving also like any other Ugandan, transferring Uganda. Because they were born somewhere around the West sometime when I was a special district administrator in Kasese, where I fought Nalu until to its complete death. This man here, he came here, he found the people of Jinja with their Mutalimbwa. And I told them, if somebody passes Mutalimbwa at night, he will be dead. Nobody appeared. And the people are happy. I'm called Bogere Baliko there. So before I became a member of parliament, long ago.
Okay, as you know, the minister is in a hurry. The UGASM executive, group photo, UGASM executive and the members of parliament. Quickly we take a photo and then we break for tea and proceed. Members of parliament and UGASM. That one is tomorrow. Tomorrow. Here it's here. And the people too. And the funder, Joshua, come and register your face here. I will also join as the organizer. Thank you for that photo moment and thank you for the opportunity. We are now breaking for tea. We are breaking for tea and we are going to take about 25 minutes for tea. Tea is just behind there at the entrance. Please, let's break for tea now and come back in 25 minutes time. Thank you very much. Mr. DJ.
Yeah, we go, 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 go. Give me more, 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 more. Yeah, we go, 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 go. Give me more, 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 more. My coconut, that's my baby. My coconut, there goes my baby. We two connect, that's my baby. My full current, there goes my baby. My coconut, that's my baby. My coconut, there goes my baby. We two correct, that's my baby. My full current, there goes my baby.
Yeah, well, bust my sense in my. Okay, catching like a you bless me now. Who can no go fit to ever miss dinner? Coming back looking at my Benzema. Boy, if I'm one, you go maintain beauty and brains. Today be the day, may feature your pains. With those celebrations, Baba champagne. Only you go fit the space in my heart, no remains. When I look at you, I know there is something about you. I want to wife you for life. I want to day beside you. I know they want you. I never see a way like you. I wanna wife you for life. I want to day beside you. Love what you never seen before. Wipe your tears, you no go cry anymore. Okubasa look at me, I know if it ignore. That's my baby looking good in the yo. Finest, teach it to go mindset. It's all down, everybody's silence. Yeah, my money can no client. I mean, one guabo pilot. When I look at you, I know there is something about you. I want to wife you for life. I want to day beside you. I know they want you. I never see a way like you. I wanna wife you for life. I want to day beside you. That's my baby. My coconut, there goes my baby. We two connect. That's my baby. My full current, there goes my baby. My coconut, that's my baby. My coconut, there goes my baby. We two connect. That's my baby. My full current, there goes my baby. That's my baby. There goes my baby.
financing can come both in cash and even in equipment, if it's a leasing option, for example, that is affordable. Now, we shall be hearing from the Uganda Microfinance Support Center. Is the person from the Uganda Microfinance Support Center here yet? Someone has been on their way. Maybe they'll be here shortly. We shall also be hearing from Centenary Bank. We've been talking to the Centenary Bank as an organization, as a SEMP, but also as UGAZUM and its members. And I think so far we have talked for about 2-3 years, and they have been partners in these conferences. And I think for them it has been more of a learning process, because as you know, commercial banks are aligned in a certain structured way, but it has also been a learning for us. And we hope that as we continue engaging, we could see real fruitful partnerships between miners and the bank as a commercial entity. So we'll be hearing from those two entities, one government-led, one private-led. But before that, we thought we'd have a free discussion on what challenges you're having accessing good, credible, cheap financing, and you know, what you expect from the people who actually have this money. And we're going to do a small discussion on that as we work towards listening to the two entities. Maybe the two entities also hearing from you can start seeing what has changed. The last time we had Centenary Bank was before COVID, and a lot of things have changed in the mining sector just because of COVID. So it would also be interesting for them to hear from you what new challenges may have emerged and which challenges you've actually scaled. So to lead that discussion is Emmanuel Chibirige from UGAZUM. He represents miners of gold and other high-end minerals. Not that the other minerals, I see Comfort laughing. Even your minerals are high-end, only that for him, a handful of what he mines is about a train of yours. But it's okay. We are all equal in the eyes of God. Emmanuel Chibirige, I would like you to come here. Comfort Okello from Gulu, one of the most active leaders we have in northern Uganda. I see my friend Stuart is there as well. Please come over here. The people with the microphones. There was a microphone at the back, I think. So, ladies and gentlemen, the session of speaking English and dealing with the government and telling them our issues, and that's what's about to remove them, because now we are entering the... Hey, Honorable. Honorable. Honorable is ready to speak vernacular also. The session we're entering is about the things that touch us. The things that touch us. That's why we are going, and that's why we are bringing such partners here, like these finance institutions, to listen and we see what we can do together. Now, I want to hand over to Emmanuel. You could give us a perspective from a gold mining angle, and after that, Comfort, you could give us your perspective from the mining of development minerals, sand, clay, stones, and others. and then we'll hear from the audience as well as we gear up to listen to the two financial institutions. Over to you, Emmanuel. Not working?
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm called Emmanuel Chivirige. I'm sitting here as a gold miner, not as a national coordinator, when I'm speaking about challenges in financing. First of all, to remind us that gold is like when you have a very if you enter a discotheque and find a very brown girl seated next to those red lights, when every eyes are looking at her entering. Of course, for gold miners, they know what I'm talking about. So many people are looking at you, but in reality, very few people are willing to support you without hidden interest. So you can seek for support from everywhere. When people want to support you, they want to look at the product that you have. So over the last 4 to 5 years, when you got formalized and then you got licenses, we have seen, we have made many attempts to get money to help us to do mining. But we have made so many mistakes. Because gold is not like stones. Because the stone, you're going to find a heap of them. You're going to find a hill of stones, and you can start mining what you're seeing. But with gold, without clear details, especially for our sector, the ASMs, you don't know how much you're mining. You're just following your friends. If someone got a basin of 1 gram, you assume you can also get another basin of 1 gram. So it is very, very difficult for you to tell that tomorrow I will get 10 grams, or the other day I will get 20 grams. And in most cases, you can be rich in 3 months, poor in 6 months, rich another 1 month, poor in another 8 months, unless you have managed the process very well. So we have tried to engage. And I think in 2020, when we had the first engagement with Centenary Bank, to find out alternative on a product that could help to sponsor or to finance our activities. But I want to tell the gold miners, you have to go through the same processes like any other person seeking for finance. You must go and open up a bank account. You must also have security. If you're going to get a loan, you must have security for that. And you see most gold miners won't find a mining camp. They are mining on someone's land who is a landlord. No security is permanent, like land, houses, vehicles, things of that nature. But we have, in the past few months and years, tried to engage. You see, as cooperatives, as associations, we can use gold as security. But that gold must be accepted by the Bank of Uganda and the commercial banks. Because if we mine, for example, as a group, 2 kgs of gold, that would be worth about 400 million Ugandan shillings. And we are only getting about 250 million. So the other money will remain in the bank as our security. So because we are many members and all members are going to be borrowing small amount of money, 5, 10 million, and we can guarantee as an organization, one of our members, to go and borrow money against our gold. Now that would be the simplest system. But you see the processes here, when we talk to one person in the Bank of Uganda, the person told us they also don't trust themselves very well. They could change the gold to something else. And but of course we had an engagement with the PS then, Mr. Kassan of Energy, and we had already made an arrangement to meet Finance, Bank of Uganda, and Ministry of Energy to find something that can be used for a group security to get something of a loan, something of that nature. Because you find in the mines, one person has land, the rest don't have. So cannot use someone whose land for so many people to borrow. Yeah. So currently, what we have been using, they are the buyers. The Indian buyers here, if you supply them gold frequently, they can always give you money without security. Because if every week you give them 10 grams, 10 grams, 10 grams consistently, they can trust you. Maybe they can loan you $5,000 or $10,000, depending on how much you supply them. Yeah, they are very wise. They know that this one is honest. This one may not be honest. Because there are also those other challenges. Is when someone borrows money to go and do gold, and then builds a house. So those are so many challenges. The last
how affordable is that?
No, the money for the gold buyers doesn't have a lot of interest. Mostly you can agree to sell at a reduced price, maybe 5%. But usually what they want is the steady supply of gold to those guys. We only have challenges that you find someone who has been lending you consistently, especially new buyers in the market. When they get other people come and they borrow money to do business in Uganda, they take the money to Congo. And they never return the money. So the rest of the people suffer because of the bad reputation of one person or two or three. And the other things, the miners lend themselves. It is simple for someone to borrow 10 million from me when I know where they are mining from. And of course, that is called betting. They don't have no security, and they will explain to you that this money is lost, and they show the pit where it was lost, and they have nothing to do about it. But if you go to the bank and you show them the pit, probably they can take you to prison. So if we develop a model, which we think we must develop, and we think the means of energy, the finance officers here, banks, must get interested. Because if we have, for example, these miners in Uganda can collect more than 100 kgs per year. 100 kgs are worth more than $5 million. Yeah? So $5 million is something I think is bankable. Yeah? And it's not that they need all that money in their pockets. So if I know I have my gold in the bank, let's say 1 kilo, but I need to get 80 million. A kilo of gold is 200 million. So I'm going to get 80 million against my gold. I will not sold my gold. I have my gold. I have money, and I'm doing my work. That's what we want to work on. And I think maybe we shall hear comments from the financial institutions and see how applicable or workable that is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Emma. Comfort.
Thank you. I'm Comfort Okello from northern Uganda. We are the ones Emma was making fun of that as this guy here mines 1 gram, I'll need a whole train. But we are proud to be doing that. Why? Because we are building cities. Just this building where you're sitting, this is the work of development mineral miners, and we are proud to be doing that. Ours is steady progress, as our ruling government would say. We move steadily while our counterparts in the precious minerals are looking at billions. We are here just going slowly, but we'll get there. And we are happy to be working alongside our partners. We've been faced with so many challenges as development mineral workers, especially all miners, especially with financing. If you look at, this is not only for northern Uganda, it applies across board. Uncle Paddy will bear me witness. They have people mining rocks in eastern region, but the challenges, if you took a survey, the challenges are across board. And this is from equipments. Like the equipments, I want to talk about the rock miners use, are rudimentary equipments, the hammers, the sledgehammers that we use. And it would take 50 women to do a track in 24 hours. And I think that is where I say it is steady progress, but again, it is progress that is not moving us anywhere close to financial stability. So I think also this goes to the financial institutions in the house. You have learnt or you have not learnt to trust miners enough because you just don't understand how we operate. But I think it's an opportunity for you to take your time, come down to the miners. Right now we are undergoing formalization, and for Northern Uganda we have over 28 associations. I want to applaud UNDP in absentia. There is UNDP working together with Rams International that is is organizing us into cooperatives. And I think this is the best way to go. My association that I subscribe to received funding from UNDP, cash grant of just 6 million shillings last year. And we injected that money in a VSLA at the quarry site, and members borrowed that money as loans and paid back with little interest. Right now we are standing at 16.4 million shillings. And this is doable. It's only for members to be able to be trusted by these financial institutions and also to operate in their own way. When you take money and give an individual, they'll run away with it. This UNDP did before and it didn't work. But when you give money to an association, to a cooperative, they are liable and they will follow these people. So for us, we need equipment. Like when we are supported with equipment, I think we'll go much more ahead of even these guys. Ours is a sure deal. You see the rock there, you see the clay there. These guys go underground. Much as our counterparts know there is gold here, it will take them time. They are not sure. But here we are dealing with something that we are seeing. The rock is there, you know we are going to crush it. If we have this equipment, we are going to get this number of tipper lorries, and this is how much we get. The market is there, just like the market is there for precious minerals and highly. So I think, thank you.
Thank you, Kafant. So are there any groups that you know of in Uganda that have ever entered any arrangement with maybe for equipment or anything?
Recently, UNDP, together with PETA in Tororo, I think they got a small equipment from UNDP, but it's a grant. It's not like a financial institution supporting them with. It's a grant that was given to them by UNDP, and that was early this month. So I have not followed so much on that to see how they've started working out. But with a financial institution, no.
Okay, so you can see the two different perspectives from gold, from development minerals. Now, I would like to, so the idea is that the financial institutions that are here can get to know these things, and as we're having these discussions, they can know where we are all coming from. So I could have maybe 2-3 contributions from the room. Anyone with a particular challenge? The light is too bright, but I see an arm that looks like for a Karamajong man. Yeah, I think I'm right. Volunteer to move the microphone. Thank you. So we'll start from the back and work our way to the front. Start from... keep it short, because we are just trying to create a background that can feed into the discussion. Yep, that table there.
Thank you, Mr. Chris, and the two members for opening up the discussion. My name is Basil Okechobon. I am from Karamoja, and I am a gold miner. Yeah, I will start from gold, then I will also have a bit of light onto what the gentleman talked about. Sorry, the lady. You said gold can be taken to a bank as a surety. And there we'll be able to access some loan. I will say that one is a total no, actually, if I may say in short, because gold itself is a surety, and you can't, gold itself is money, sorry, and you can't put money in a bank to get loan, which is also money. For me, the way out there would be the different mining associations or the miners from the different mining location or of the same mining group can form a VSLA. Whatever proceeds that they realize from the gold or from the mineral, they is put in their in their saving association there, the saving and loan association there. And in any case, a member requires some services, they quickly access the loan from there, and later on refund back with some minimal percentage. Otherwise, if you put again a very higher percentage, then it will chase the members away from from getting that services. That is one. Two, my sister talked about the development mineral, that the stone itself is a guarantee that we are going to crush this and and have money from it and start paying back the loan, which I say also is good but somehow challenging, because we are within a market economy that prices are determined by the forces of supply. When I have crushed also my stones, and the other one for the association is also there, once I lower my price, the other ones will come for the lower price and leave the other ones for association that has a little expensive price. So, but the idea you brought about forming a cooperative, I think that is the idea or the area that the banks should really explore and see that if there is a way out, if there is a way we can back up what the different mining associations have already started, then that should be their entry point in supporting their artisanal and small-scale miners operation. I think this is the brief I can share with the members. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from his neighbor, then we'll come back to the front.
Okay, thank you very much. First and foremost, good afternoon. My name is Muya James Jemo. I was not around when they were introducing. I just want to give, first of all, applause to ASM and the different organizations that have organized this conference. I just want to allude or echo on what Comfort said, specifically on the issue of the UNDP funding. The good thing, the different institutions or financial institutions are around. The only thing that I would say is they should take this as an opportunity to grow their businesses as well. Because, first of all, looking at the 6 million that was given to one of the groups that Comfort said, and in 1 year, they have already reached into 16 million. Though it's not much money, at least there is something that has been realized. So I would love to re-echo that. The different financial institutions would really go on and support the different miners. But of course, I also know there are other challenges that the financial institutions would be looking at. And specifically is the surety or the security of their funding to these small-scale miners. But I also know these artisanal small-scale miners are organized, so it is easy for them to get back their funding. So just that they need to actually take this opportunity and fund these small-scale artisanal miners because they need support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, first Engineer Ivan, then here, then to the front. Jamo, you didn't say you're from one of the newest districts in Karamoja, Karenga. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chris.
I would like to supplement on what Emma said. With these financial institutions, mining can be financed because, as I speak of now, we have licenses. Licenses are sureties to financial institutions. Our licenses can stand as a surety to the financial institutions. And if they don't do qualify, we have different stages of processing. You can finance mining expecting money from the physical processing. If it doesn't work out, then we have the chemical processing. If it doesn't work out, then we have the CIP, that is carbon in pulp. So there is no way you can fail getting money out at the physical processing. If it doesn't come out, these tailings, you can easily get out your money. As Emma said, that most of these Indians that do fund us, they look onto the chemical processing because that is where we get much of the gold. You can fail with the physical processing because much of the money that is collected out of the physical processing is taken back to the mining. So the tailings that we get out of the physical processing are the ones that stand as sureties to the Indians to give us money. They always get a person from the mine, and this person is standing in for the miners. If I said, let me go to Patel, let me go to Tom, let me go to Amin, what do you have on ground? I have 100 trucks of tailings. They always come and do samples. We always have representatives at their offices. Ivan is asking for 20,000 US dollars. Is it worthy what is going to invest in that money? So this person comes onto the ground. They always take a sample of our tailings. After the sample has been taken and is like so sure that the money is going to be out, we are given money. So if these financial institutions also come in, they can have a person on ground. What does Ivan have on ground? Because we always have offices that take us. Every pit in the mine has a file. So transparency can come from the license holder, the office, the owner of the pit, and you can easily follow up what you've given to the miners, either in the first physical processing or the second chemical processing, that is the leaching, or the CIP processing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. We are going to have only 3 more. The ladies are not, the ladies I think have money. Hey, okay, we'll end up there. The ladies have money. Let's have briefly 2 minutes because we are now going into the presentations. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chris. I'm Robert Katavarwa, representing the group of Mwende that has not managed to be here. On the issue of financing, actually I'm not different from my colleague, Ivan. The biggest challenge with the financials, they don't understand our processes. You know, our businesses are done in the villages, and the financials are in Kampala. So when we talk about our processes, they don't know about them. Because when you find a person who is a shop, a retail shop, he's given money. Why? They understand what he has. But in mining, if you find me and I have a processing center, the equipments which are on a processing center are worth 50 million plus. But because the financier does not understand what I have, he fails even to give me 10 million if I wanted it from the bank. So this is like a request. We request the bankers, the financiers to come on ground and understand our businesses. Because if they understand, then they will be in position to see how to give us money.
Thank you, thank you. That's very, very important, and we hope that such platforms can can create that kind of engagement. Charles? Yes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm Charles Dizara, Chairperson, Yugasam Karamoja region. When you look at gold as a mineral, I wish the financials to know that gold is the power behind the money we have. It's behind the mineral, behind the dollar. So if it's the power behind the dollar, investing in it is actually money in itself. What do we need to do? We need maybe to agree on a way of ensuring that we have bankable data, your information that we can do together with the institutions. Because one, if I have a license that is pregnant of gold, and the financer can engage me, or we can engage ourselves into knowing the quantities and quality that I have, then I think financing can be easy. The bottom line is benchmarking the institutions that are financing mining elsewhere, because these things are happening elsewhere. And I can assure the bankers that sure money is in minerals. There is no substitute for the minerals we mine, be it aggregate, be it what, there isn't. It's the way to go, and I wish we get together as business partners and make our economy better.
Thank you, Charles.
But that notwithstanding, I think as miners we can create our own funds. If every association formed a cooperative saving and credit society, kind of, and they got shares, the miners are the owners of the society, of the circle, they have shares, they are buying shares, and they are creating capital for themselves and loaning out to their colleagues whom they know very well. I think this practice can work. The only thing we have had is lack of trust, probably, in some areas. Some people are not easy to trust. You will form a circle, you give him money, and he will shift from mine A to mine B, and it will take you time to discover to which mine he went. I want to give you an example of Mubende. For us, we have investment clubs. Where there are financial issues, we sit in our club and say, how much money do we need to address such an issue? And we usually raise that money because we know ourselves. Of course, we don't just raise monies, but we also look at the consideration because we're in business. Sometimes lamenting is not so good. If these financial institutions come to learn that we are not doing nothing for ourselves, they will not respect us. Me, I would like to suggest, let's begin our own, and these financial institutions will find us moving. I'm sure they will pick interest because they're also in business. They are looking for where they can get profits from, and the profits are with us, the miners. If we started small with our own, the financial institutions will find us along the way. Thank you so much.
Chairman is being proactive. Let's hear from our Kenyan colleagues. Okay, first.
Thank you, colleagues and members. First, I wish to disagree with Engineer Ivan, who looks at pre-funders as the financial institutions. A pre-funder will give you very small money that cannot satisfy your needs of finances and want you to pay a higher interest, even much more than what you get. Secondly, I just wish to inform this House that I am one of those persons who got a chance to be invited to Nairobi to have a conference with the World Bank on the way forward for artisanal and small-scale miners. Chris here was amongst us, Achomai was amongst us, and some civil society organizations when World Bank recognized the activities that are being played by the artisanal miners. 40 million people around the world are engaged in artisanal and small scale. 10 million of whom are artisanal, like us. In their recommendation, which Chris is hiding to inform you, I'm just wondering why. They said they are going to engage governments to have central banks to consider gold as collateral. So as long as central bank cannot consider gold as collateral, all this talk is being wasted here. I think that one we must accept. A case a matter in a case is like us in Uganda, where Chris said, we are going to engage people in the central bank. What can they do if the government of Uganda cannot consider gold as collateral? What can they do? So first and foremost, it's just a bit unfortunate that our minister here has left, but I hope the MOPs are here, the few of them. Please engage government to accept and they realize that they can have gold as collateral. If they cannot keep the gold in our own banks, they can keep it with the World Bank. And the World Bank will lend us the money to be used by the artisanal and small scale miners. Thank you so much. I'm Padre Stephen from Busia.
Over to her. Thank you, Padre.
Once more, my name is Mary from Kenya. I want to support the lady who has just talked about VSLA. I think in Kenya we are just on the same base. We have been talking with the banks how to access funds. Then we were telling them, look here, our groups have VSLS on the sites. So it is a nice method that we have been doing so that we attract the banks to develop some interests with us miners. Then I want to say that, for example, he said we need to have security. Our records are part of the security. We are showing what we can do, what we can manage, and we told them in Kenya, please just start the way our new government is doing with bottom up, with lending Kenyans 500 shillings, test us with small money, and you will see what the miners can do. So I just want to support the miners or encourage the miners in Uganda. Just develop the method of tempo banking or VSLA. It will work for us. That is, it is showing how you are relating with your money, the small money. It will show the way you will relate with the money from the banks. So I support it and encourage you to start having the VSLA and table banking. I'm a champion of, back home I'm a champion of VSLA. I'm a TOT. I train groups on how to manage the VSLA groups in Kenya.
Thank you.
Thank you again once more. I'm Timothy Mukoshi from Kenya. The aspect of access to finance to artisanal and small-scale miners, it is a hurdle just because many miners, they don't have clear records, but it is an entry for the financial institutions to invest in based on the realities that when you look into the G16 nations, most of these nations, they prosper because of minerals. And it is a challenge to us, as my friend Paddy has just said. When you look into the World Bank, it has recognized artisanal mining as a way to promote a livelihood to many in the whole world. And the only challenge we have in Africa at large, it is the presentation, the leadership we have, that many African nations does not recognize mineral or mining as a key aspect to development. It is from this because most of the MPs are the policy makers in the whole world. These are the people who hinders that artisanal miners to access to finance. If their policies are well laid, they recognize the institutions. To have ministries that are portrayed for mining, it is not an essential thing. They should act and support the miners. This industry alone can make a change in the whole world. You will find East Africa alone, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. We are almost 800,000 people working in the mines, but not recognized by our governments. So the financial institution can come, as Madam Mary has said, to test waters with the miners. Come give small loans, just what to sustain the mining team. That is, you give loans to the cooperatives. These are legally recognized. Then the cooperative will disseminate the loans to the groups within their regions. Then, because the cooperatives identify how the groups work or operate, the cooperative are the best check changers to see this group can qualify for a loan and they can pay. Their records are well put, and that is the only way we can access to finance. And I will just also say, the financial institutions who have the trainers, can you let your training officers to go down to the ground to reach the miners, let them understand also what you need for them to qualify for the loans they need. Thank you.
Okay, and finally, Andrew.
Thank you, Chris, and our panelists for giving us good insights around these issues. And my observation is in line with what Comfort told us, and of course in line with what like Charles Desara was mentioning about the aspect of course, coming to Comfort, the aspect of development mineral workers and the associations, where you mentioned over 28 have been formed in northern Uganda. But the colleagues who are from Karamoja here will attest that there is a big challenge when it comes to organizing. The artisanal miners on the ground who are involved in these development minerals, breaking limestone, marble, and other aggregates, stones, and all that, they are not organized. Now, when Charles is talking about accessing financing and all that, I draw a picture in Karamoja, and I ask myself, maybe apart from Rupa, where at least there is something like a trust. But when you go to other places, people are still disorganized. And therefore, my question to all of us here, and Chris, is how can we cascade what has been done in Mubende, what has been done in northern Uganda, to ensure that these artisanal and small-scale miners are organized such that they can be able to access financing. Otherwise, at the moment, it remains a big hindrance for people even who are in the financial sector to look at these groups. We know that efforts have been made maybe by some of them, but there is competition. How do we avoid competition even amongst the small groups that have been formed? And being disorganized even by the middlemen and the companies that come in, because at the end of the day, we realized that that is a big challenge, because they find them not organized, and at the end of the day, there is nothing that can be done. So how can we take this conversation from here, hearing from the colleagues from Mubende where there are investment clubs, hearing from northern Uganda where there are these development minerals workers groups and all that, so that we help and form a formidable force even for areas like Karamoja. I thank you.
Wow, thank you. Finally.
Okay, thank you so much, Chris. I'm Rose Nakama from Planet God. I believe the challenge of access to finance has got different actors, but one of our major actors is DGSM, in bracket the government of Uganda, for that instance. Why? I believe every miner, before you do the business, you must have a license. That is formalization. But what do? They usually give you land which is not mineralized. At the end of the day, you'll be making losses. No financial institution will trust you with their money when they know, even you're not sure of what you'll get at the end of the day. So our humble request as different stakeholders is to advocate for DGSM to do the geological survey before they give you licenses, so that they know the land they are giving to is mineralized a little bit fair for you to have some good yields that can allow you use your own license, because license is a security for loan. Like how we use our land titles, our car logbooks, you can as well use your own license to apply for loan from any financial institution. Only if they know your books of record that you're doing well. That's what I pray for everyone who is here. Let's advocate for that. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Chris, I want to volunteer and talk like I've been doing again. Okay, thank you.
That's why we're running around.
My name is Anthony Dida from Lira. I want to add something a little bit on what Comfort has placed on. Under development minerals, you know, with the element of access to financing, I think from today, we have been seeing about this from last, I think 2018, up to now. I'm glad that Sanitary Bank is going to be here. We need some answer. You know, in development mineral, one challenge now we are facing, we are now competing with foreign companies like the Indians. Now they are coming with sophisticated machines. And then the trend of construction is also changing. Some people come with the architectural designs of what material to be used. When you're talking about aggregates, they want that dimensions, like we want 3 millimeter, 1.5 and all that. So they rush to the Indian company, the Chinese companies, because for us the artisanal with the rudimentary thing, our dimensions are what? Not up to that standard. So we face competition from such company because we lack this kind of financing. If at all we could be financed, we can be at some level of competition. Now, another element we're talking about, I want to bring to the attention of the House that most of these finance institutions need to understand exactly what is artisanal mining. I'm from a district or a city whereby sometimes even my district officials, some of them doesn't know the activities of artisanal mining. When I sit in a meeting like this, I need to lecture them again. So, ASM and others, I think we need to engage more people to understand the value of this artisanal mining. As some people have said, we contribute a lot into the development of this country. When you go to Lira City now, you find that a building like this, we are supplying. And then now when you get a supply to a company who has a building like this, I cannot sustain it because I don't have capital. And these companies, again, they finance our clients again, but not the producers. So I don't know how best can we make these financial institutions to understand and value, because I can know how many tons of aggregate I can supply, how many tons of sand I can supply, and how many tons of what? Talk about maram I can supply. But then the institution needs a lot of lecture for them to understand.
Thank you.
Yep.
I like your strategy. You move the microphone and then hijack it at the end. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've done this session. Don't worry much about time. We are still within our time. We just thought instead of having the presentations and then the Q&A, we would first listen. The presenters would first listen to you and understand where we are coming from, and maybe some of these issues can be answered within the presentations or the discussion that will follow after. I think now we have a better appreciation of what we are facing as miners from the different regions. Our panelists, I can give you, because these questions, they were not questions for you, but you can just make some parting shots as we enter into the presentation phase of the session.
Thank you very much, Chris. Like you said, these are questions for the financial institutions, and maybe for them to pick out ideas of what miners think. But I want also to agree with Madam Nakaumaros that we got two places. 2018 we got 10 square kilometers from the Ministry of Energy. I'm sure Mr. Kankwase is aware. We dug for more than 1.5 years. We lost more than so many millions of money. We got another 18 square kilometers. Nothing was there. We even put excavators, lost the money. And then we reduced our ideas to go and fight for a small place where nowadays with livelihoods for over 3,000 people. So like she mentioned, if DGSM gazettes places for miners where they are carrying out the activities, especially for gold, it is very good because they have not done exploration to understand what's there. It is important to leave the miners to work where they are working. It's not very good. It's not even normal. It's not even ethical for you to award the Chinese or any other company outside Uganda places where miners have been mining. You go to give Katenga, give it to some other guy. 8 miners have been there for 10 years. So I think that was a very good point. And then lastly, to clarify on the gentleman called Ocho. Okecho. Is it Okecho? Yeah, gold is money in itself, but gold adds value, money loses value. 10,000 shillings of 1990 and 10,000 shillings of today, they are not the same. Yeah? So gold of 1990 and the gold of today are not the same. Gold doubles its value every 10 years. So if I have a kilo of gold in the Bank of Uganda, and in 10 years from now, today its value is $50,000. 10 years from now to maybe $100,000. I can keep on borrowing money on that kilo of gold without selling it. I borrow and pay, I borrow and pay. So there are many, you know, the gold, like this gentleman said, it is the backup of currency. Most of the countries fighting here and there, Russia, Ukraine, is about who has more gold. So I even wonder why our government, Bank of Uganda and the Ministry of Energy, you allow gold to free the country, and yet you know you can even, the government can use our gold to borrow money for this country. So we strongly advocate. I'm happy, Padre, you mentioned this. I think we have not had a session to brief me about what happened, but this is what I've been advocating for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For me, this goes straight to the financial institutions that are in the House. My plea is you come on the ground. In 2021, we were with Centenary Bank, the Mbarara Conference. We expected Centenary Bank to follow us on the ground. I don't know where they ended. There were phone calls that they were coming. Please come on the ground, understand what we do, and we'll be there to support you. We know you're in business as regional leaders. We have been in these businesses. We have piloted VSLs here and there, and we know it works. And we'll ensure BRAC microfinance is on the ground, but theirs is weird because they go financing individuals within the quarry. So we ask that you come on the ground. And when you come on the ground, as Comfort, I will be there to convince you. And sure, you'll give us the money and we'll pay back that money. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Chibirigi and Comfort Okello, Mrs. Centenary Bank has been with us since the Mbarara Conference, like you say. Although the miners haven't yet accessed finance from them, ASM as an organization seems to have beaten you to it. And I want to announce that Centenary Bank made a contribution to this event. And I think that's the beginning. The fact that they can put money into something like this and come here to talk to you, I think is a good beginning. Maybe my marketing skills are better than yours. We can arrange a TOT and I teach you how I managed to get something from them. But mine is not alone. They just give. So thank you, Centenary Bank. On a lighter note, we really appreciate. Now we are moving to the two presentations from the micro So the way we arranged this with for this session was that we would listen to a government-leaning financial institution which works and goes by different principles from the private sector. Then we also listen to the private sector, which could be even more accessible and more driven by a need to expand and make some little profit. And then we see, after the two have spoken, how can we engage them even more? So for the first discussion, I want to invite Mr. Walusimbi. He will give better particulars about his role at the Microfinance Support Center. And after him, we'll listen to the team from Centenary Bank, and then we'll go back into that session as we work up an appetite for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, and other dignitaries. I'm here on behalf of the board chair for the Microfinance Support Center. Is Dr. Emmanuel Aliba Kiza. I go by the names of Warusimbi Juma Yusuf. I'm a board member of the Microfinance Support Center. My past experience has been in the central bank. I've heard people talk about Bank of Uganda, the central banks in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. But I was in the central bank for about nearly 37 years. So there's a little bit of things I can pick from here. And now I'm at the Microfinance Support Center as a board member. And I will say a little bit, and but because you are sharing the 30 minutes with Centenary Bank, our colleague, I'll just go to the key areas which I believe will also answer some of the issues which have been presented by the panel of Mr. Chibirige and Comfort, and the members from the floor, and the various colleagues from the floor. Now, the Microfinance Support Center is a government agency, as the moderator pointed out. It was established in 2001 to provide affordable finance and business development services to the economically active poor Ugandans. That is the major decision of government in 2001 to establish the Microfinance Support Center. It is fully funded by the ministry, by government, and our shareholders are the Minister of Finance and also the Office of the Prime Minister. We get funding from them, from government, on an annual basis, but also utilize the cash reflows to enhance our participation in the development of the country. We target cooperatives, SACCOs, SMEs, self-help groups, and microfinance institutions. We provide loans. Until recently, after discussion with His Excellency the President of Uganda, we lowered the interest rates for groups, SACCOs, from 13 to 8% per annum. So I had people talk about high interest rates. We, on our part, we give it at 8% per year, which is, I believe, affordable finance. We also give to SMEs mainly in the agriculture chain, at about, the maximum rate is about 13% per year. So I think this is a good news to you. In addition to this conventional finance, we provide Islamic finance facilities as a pioneer of Islamic financing model in Uganda. The Islamic financing, microfinancing, is interest-free. However, we have a number of products, and my colleague will have pamphlets of the number of products we have at the Microfinance Support Center so that you can read in depth of what we have with us. Now, from the discussions from the floor, the guidelines which you have been mentioned about the license, experience in Muwende, in northern Uganda, in Karamoja, this is what we want to say. Microfinance Support Center, we pledge and support that we are going to work on the formalization of the informal artisan into associations, cooperatives, and support their registration with the Register of Companies, Societies, and the Microfinance Regulatory Authority. It is key, as has been pointed out from the floor and from the panel. This is the urgent need. Just as we have groups and circles in the country on a normal basis, or when we introduce the EMIOGA programs, we find that a number of our people, especially those in the lower categories, they are working on informal arrangements. And it's sometimes very difficult to bring them together because of mistrusts, as you have pointed out, because of everybody wants to go on their own as much as possible. But it's been a struggle to register the EMIOGA group, EMIOGA circles and EMIOGA associations. It has been a struggle to register the other groups and circles, to teach these groups and circles and cooperatives they need to save, as been suggested here. We start small, we generate the funds from our own savings, we understand each other, we understand the business, we understand why we need to invest, and also to be trustworthy. So that is an aspect microfinance is handling. We have a specialized department called the Business Development Services Department, and we have a unit under it, which is called IDU, Institutional Development Unit, which goes to the ground, as Comfort talked about, and others. We go to the ground, we go out. Microfinance Support Center has 12 zones within the country. We are increasing our presence. We are actually increasing our presence. The Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija, Minister of State for Finance, Honorable Haji Kasoro, Chaine, they have all been preaching that we go out on the ground and we want a presence at each and every Gombolora so that we can work together with the county chiefs, county community development officers, and also at the districts, so that we really work and get together the people. And after training these groups, equipping them with the financial management, governance issues, savings, and borrowing, all those we are willing to do. We shall be working with you and through the association, through the organization, to enhance the knowledge, skills, and competences of ASMEs on improved enterprise development, and development skills. We shall not be talking about it at our head office or in the zone office, but it shall be coming to the ground. MSC already has a wide range of products and services, as we shall see in the pamphlet, in the brochures which you have with us. But for this unique sector, MSC will develop and or tailor the products to the needs of the sector miners. Already, we have worked with a group called Soil Eco Clay Concrete Group, which is in Makindye, here somewhere in Kampala, but has a number of associations up all over Uganda, in a number of places, especially in Wakiso. These include Katogo Bricklayers, Uyaga Group, Katogo Youth Brick Makers, Soil Eco Clay Concrete Brick Pond Group, Obomo Bricklayers Group in Kabaragara, and Saint Mboga Bricklayers Development Group, Mukama Kyakwa Bricklayers, Hanson Bricklaying, and Concrete Workers Bridge Laying. Now, we started with the bricklaying. We took time to get into this because I remember, because in the program here we are saying energy, and we have also to look at the climate change, climate aspect. If we finance bricklaying, there was that issue until destroying the environment. But eventually we came to see that it was necessary. There were so many people employed in bricklaying and sand excavation, and we decided to go out and train these groups, and they came together, and they have formed a lot of out there. What you have not done is go to the gold, because a lot of people have talked about gold. I recall when I was still at the Bank of Uganda, we had established a gold unit. Somebody said here, Mr. Chividige was saying that people did not trust each other at the central bank. I think that's not correct. That was not really correct. The issue was the chemical. We tried to test the gold, and after a number of verification later on, it was found that some of the gold was not real. It was not as pure as it was expected. So taking it to London for various methods of checks, we found that it was not proper gold, and that unit was closed. I have to find out whether we have been able to persuade the central bank to open that unit. But you can see the commitment by government, commitment by the central bank, at least for Bank of Uganda. We had that commitment. So now we have to go to the ground. The Microfinance Support Center, on a case-by-case basis, may consider small grants disbursement to get the newly formed associations and cooperatives. So if we form the association and with our guidance, or with the guidance of others, we can consider on a case-by-case basis grants, small grants, so instead of a loan. We are keen to start discussions with other development partners to secure resources to support the growing sector. At the Microfinance Support Center, we fund groups up to Uganda shillings 50 million. Circles around from 100 million, if they have the know-how and you are sure of the resources, then you can go up to 1 billion shillings. But that is not enough. From what I've heard here, 1 kilogram is costing, is saying it was costing about $10 million, 200 million. So you can see we need, as microfinance, committed as we are seeking partnerships to see whom we can partner with, provided you are licensed, you are licensed as a miner, as a group, you are already also registered with the Ministry of Trade. You are also, now it is a requirement by government that you also get licensed by the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. So it is a requirement. We want to convince members that to get out of this poverty, we get out to actually earn this resource which is available to us. Let's come together as a group. Let's emulate what is happening in Kenya. Let's emulate what is happening in northern Uganda, some of those areas. Mubende, I've heard there's quite a bit of effort, and also now in Machindye. We shall develop and work together as Microfinance Support Center. Microfinance Support Center has a number of products. As miners, you can still access a number of these other products outside the requirement for mining. You can share this for other groups and circles in your communities so that you can benefit from this fund, which is available to all Ugandans. Now, what is the collateral? I've heard that a number of you consider the issue of license, chemicals, etc. as a possible collateral, and gold as a collateral. It is true gold was for quite until 1972 was the best for the currencies. So gold is good, it is traded, and but as a real base for the currency, that is something we need to understand it more. I think we need that the gold and the value, and then the competition between the other foreign companies. Because the government opened up in 1992 or 1991, we opened up. It's very difficult to stop the foreigners from coming to participate. What we need, again, I wish to emphasize, let's collaborate, let's form groups, let's form circles, but also form companies. If you form a company as an SME, or even a bigger one, you will come and get funding. If it's big and you need, say, 10 billion shillings, Uganda Development Bank is there for you to succeed. Or Centenary Bank, because for it is commercial, it may not go to the certain amount of money, but UDB is long-term, medium-term, it is able to do what. But they can only be if you're organized, if you have their books of accounts, if you are properly organized and trained and trusting each other, your books are well balanced, can be relied upon, then you'll be able to be funded. So issue of collateral, I think that is something we can look at. When I go back, I'll ensure I see whether that is something which can be done even at a world level at a Microfinance Support Center. But when you need big money, bigger than this, for us, when we collaborate, because like the Islamic finance, we are funded by the Islamic Development Bank, and at one point we had funding from the African Development Bank. We can have more collaborations. This is what we are looking out. Because at the end of the day, also in the course of the next 1 year to 2 years, we are requesting government, I think we shall require the Parliament and the government of Uganda to see if you can transform Microfinance Support Center into a microfinance development bank, so that you are just slightly below Uganda Development Bank, so that we can give you more funds to transact your business. So I want to conclude by saying that, as you pointed out, when you are disorganized or when you are not properly organized, you cannot be able to rely the bank or financial institutions and also microfinance support center cannot support you. The funds you are going to give when we talk more closely and as we come on the ground will be loans repayable between 1 year to 4 years initially. If you are a group, 8% per annum. A circle, 8% per annum. If you are an SME, you are registered as an SME, 13%. But we want you to be fully organized, good books of accounts, and we have the capacity to come and train you, engage with you, work with you, to ensure that we answer the mission and objective of MSC, which is set up by government to help develop the active poor. I know you people with gold, you are not poor, but we shall be collaborating with you, because at the end of the day, you support the individuals down there who go down and do the work. Otherwise, we say we really commend the efforts you are doing, and we'll provide the necessary capital and working capital for you. And please come to microfinance, submit your requirements, and then shall come down to the organization. I'll ask you to supply to us the number of agencies which have come here, the number of mining groups which have come here, and then we can start the discussion therefrom. I thank you very much on behalf of Dr. Emmanuel Aliba Chiza, the chairman of the board of directors of Microfinance Support Center. I remain Walusimbi Juma Yusuf. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, really another round of what? All the things that Mr. Walusimbi talked, there's only one registration with the Ministry of Trade that some of you may not have. The others, you have them. The money they have. So what's the problem? What is the problem? I will give you the list. I will give you the telephone numbers, plot numbers. Those who have more than one home, I'll supply all the details, and we proceed. This is what we are here for. Now, I am suggesting that we now listen to Centenary Bank, and then we go back into the discussion as we head off to lunch. Is that okay? Instead of having questions now and then, the team from Centenary Bank. The people who have worked on the presentation, can you put it up, please?
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are the team from Centenary Bank, My name is Mrs. Juliet Bajan Siona. I'm representing our general manager, commercial banking, who hasn't been able to make it because of some other obligations he's been called to. So I'm the manager SME, and I'm really glad to be at this conference today. With me, I'm with Joseph. Joseph, come and greet, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm audible. My name is Joseph Chivirige. I am in charge of oil and gas in Centenary Bank. We're really glad to be here.
Maybe the mic is low.
Sorry, I think the mic is lower than I am. Okay, my name is Joseph Chivirige. I work for Centenary Bank. I'm in charge of oil and gas and minerals. We're really glad to be here. This is our second conference. We were in Barara. We are here, and we pledge to be here for the foreseeable future. So thank you very much. I'm glad I recognize so many faces, and I think the same is to Chris and all the other players here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's Joseph. So for the ASM, we really appreciate the opportunity you've given to us, Centenary Bank, to be part of the mining sector, to really come and engage as a bank, as a commercial bank, to support the mining sector. So I bring you warm greetings from Centenary Bank. It's a great honor to be talking to you this afternoon, and we are delighted to have this opportunity to address such a talented gathering of the miners. And this is a great day. The bank, as Centenary Bank, we really appreciate and recognize the mining sector. As Chris mentioned earlier on, when we were beginning this session, you know, COVID had a lot of changes for all businesses, including also the mining. And even us in the bank, we had to change the way we were doing our business. For the business that we were supporting, especially those that were lending, we had to come up with devices on how they can keep on, you know, they can be a going concern. They don't close, and we don't have to close their, to sell off their collateral, like it has been mentioned in the previous discussions, where loans fail and people lose their properties. So we did loan restructures, we get moratoriums, and then we are also able to lend within that time. We were able to lend, and even some miners were lent. So we really appreciate for those that came to Centenary Bank during that time, we were able to finance them. Then as an institution, a financial institution, a commercial bank, and being our background, really for all sectors, we work with the umbrella association. We support them, like Joseph has mentioned, Chris mentioned, in some ways. It could be sponsorship of some business engagements so that the affiliated partners can benefit. Then we can also come in, learn, and also be able to support. And for this, we have supported ASM for some conversions, and we pledge to continue supporting you. Yeah. And also support the members. Chris mentioned he's been able to get something from us, but the members have not really felt the bank so much. But I'm going to tell you what we can do for you, okay? Yeah. So I'll first of all give you and put you up to speed what Centenary Bank, where we are, where we came from. This is going to be very, very brief. Centenary Bank itself started as an institution for by lay apostolates. That was just a credit trust. You've had Comfort talking about associations, and then somebody also said, as miners, we can form associations, and then from those associations, we can support members. Centenary Bank started that way, as an association by lay apostolates, by the lay apostolates as a credit trust. Okay, so that can also be, you know, something we should consider, as has been mentioned by the earlier speakers. So this was about 1985. We're about to make 40 years. I think next year we're making 40 years. And now we have grown into a commercial bank that is not only doing microfinance, but we serve the microfinance and commercial bank and commercial banking as well. So our vision as Centenary Bank is to be the best provider of financial services, especially the microfinance. And we know that artisanal miners, most of them lie under the microfinance. So that is where our vision is. How can we come in and support you? We want to see the artisanal miners also growing, okay? Then our mission is to provide appropriate financial solutions, especially the microfinance, to all people, particularly in rural areas, in a sustainable manner and according to the law, okay? And we know our artisanal miners, the majority are in the rural areas. So our mission actually is to see how we can support them with our financial solutions. Yeah. And what have we done? Where are we now? Currently, we are banking about 2.5 million customers. Of which of these 2.5 million customers, we have a sector for the mining and quarrying. Looking at mining and quarrying, okay? In all our branches. It's very unfortunate that most people, when they come to the bank, they don't think of that, the mining, that actually Centenary Bank has, a special niche for them. Most of the banking is too much into the traditional trading and what, but we have a special sector for the mining and quarrying, and we look at them differently. And we have financed them, we are banking them. Then we are operating currently 80 branches, and we have 5,000 agents who can support you with all the banking solutions you could be getting from the bank. Still, our agents can support you. And we've moved into the digital channels. We have the banking on your phone, which we call Cente Mobile, which is very appropriate actually where the banking hall is not. And then we have the ATMs also, about 181. So we try to bring our service closer to the people, whether they are in the urban or in the rural. So those are our service channels. And now I'll go into the discussion on what are we doing for the mining sector. What value proposition do we have for the mining sector? Okay. And our topic of discussion that was communicated to us was about affordable financing for the mining sector. Yeah. And what we are saying at Centenary Bank, our financing is structured in a way that in whatever kind of business you're doing or whatever volumes of business you are doing, we are able to finance you. So that's why we say our financing is affordable. We have special interest rates for specific sectors and depending on the kind of business you're doing. And when it comes to repayments, for like miners, we will not give you a loan whereby we are going to tag the repayment on a monthly repayment schedule. Yet you have a cycle that you follow. When we are lending to them, we make sure we understand, we try to understand the cycle of operation. That's why you see, when you're coming for a facility from Centenary Bank, usually we have our loan officers have to come and visit your business. They have to understand what you're doing so that whatever kind of solution they give you, it is appropriate for the kind of business you're doing. It's not like everyone has to pay January 31st. No, maybe you're expecting your income in March. So we shall be able to structure your facility that way. And we endeavor to have like our loan officers come and visit each and every business we are financing, so that we are sure we finance appropriately. And even the interest rate, well, our interest rate is based on it will be based on the prime lending rate, which is also based on the central bank's rate. But the kind of cost that we give to you, it's something that is negotiable, okay? It's something that is negotiable. Yeah, and the structures of financing, we look at what your need is. Do you need to have an asset? Do you want, someone mentioned about our Ugandan constructors competing with the Chinese, because the Chinese have machinery, and then our Ugandan constructors cannot afford that kind of machinery. And what we are saying, we can structure for you a financing, which is like an equipment financing, where we give you 70% of the cost of that machinery, then you give us a commitment of 30%, and you have that machinery to support you in your works. In that way, we are not going to ask you for additional collateral. Collateral has been a big challenge. We are from the previous discussions. So that equipment is what we are going to use as collateral. Okay? Yes. So we can do for you asset financing from 70 to 80% of the cost of your equipment, and you give us a commitment of 30 or 20%, depending on the kind of equipment. Okay? Or even if it's to you have like an LPO to supply somewhere, still we can do that kind of financing without you having to give us the collateral, where we shall base on the business that has been given to you. Okay? Yeah. Then as Centenary Bank, we, in order for us to finance or to bring up affordable financing to the sector, we reach out for partners that can support us in providing appropriate financing, which could be at a lower cost compared to our commercial lending. So we look out for partners that can give us funding for onward funding, for onward financing to the miners at what we call reduced interest or interest rebates. Currently, it's happening so much for the women entrepreneurs. But even for special sectors like this, we look out for partners to work with. We are working with African Guarantee Fund to support some sectors. And we also get funding from the UNDP. So when you approach us and tell us what kind of funding you would want, we can be able to tailor for you. We need to understand the business exactly, and then from whatever partners we are working with, we shall be able to tailor for you something. And as already mentioned, collateral has been also a very big challenge in this sector. Still, with our partners, we can get partners that do a de-risking of a loan, whereby we lend to you without you having to give collateral. That happens. Okay? Yeah. Then these partners guarantee you. We lead you to this. Actually, we are the ones who introduce the partners to you. Though it will be at a very small cost, it can be like something like 0.5% of the loan. But at least you will have gotten the money, and you will not be struggling to look for collateral. Then as a bank, before we lend out to our people, or if we want as the sectors to prosper, not to lend you and then you die with a loan, or you fail to pay, we conduct business advisory sessions, or where we give like financial literacy. We come up with experts in specific areas who train these borrowers, or who train those customers in the bank. We usually have these kind of sessions, and they've been happening everywhere. It's just because of COVID that this was reduced, but we try to reach out to our customers, train them on loan management, financial management, for those that are not yet borrowing, but you know they need money, but they cannot borrow because of the way they are conducting their businesses. We conduct this kind of technical assistance. We lead our customers to that. And also we do mentorship and coaching sessions to support them grow their business and see their businesses prosper using the bank resources. Yeah. I've talked about the technical assistance, yes. Then as part of our corporate social responsibility, still we come out to do some activities, more especially in the rural areas, to support those entities, those customers that have come to us, that have something that they need, but they are not able to reach out to it. And as associations, we support them. Comfort mentioned about them having VSLAs, but the bank hasn't reached them. I think I'll take it from Comfort, because for all those, I would say most of the artisanals are informal, they're operating informally. But what we urge them to do is to form those associations, because currently Centenary Bank is lending to the VSLAs. And we do it because we are not able to lend to that informal person who is working but is still informal. Maybe they are preparing to formalize, but they need funding. But when we lend to the VSLA is able to pass on that funding to that individual, okay? Because we are not in position to lend to those entities that are operating informally. So there's so many VSLs we've lent in that capacity and circles. We even have an investment club account that is basically to support entities in that. We lend to the investment club, and the members of the clubs are able to borrow from the club, just because that individual who is running that business is not yet ready to be lendable. But we know he's doing business, and eventually they will be able to formalize. And then we still partner with government stakeholders, government entities, to support these entities formalize, as we call them, for these business advisory sessions. We support them to formalize their businesses. We've supported some to do their registrations, lead them to the umbrella associations, give them business linkages, so that they can operate rightly. Yeah. So that is our proposition that we have for the mining sector. We are able to provide you with affordable financing. We have interest rebates. When it comes to collateral, our collateral is flexed. It's been a key challenge, yeah? But the collateral requirement for Centenary Bank is flexed. I think you are aware we also lend right from using chattel mortgage. Then you grow with us. Chattel mortgage is the little collateral that is movable, that you have, something that you have in your house. Then we grow with you. From being a micro customer, you'll move to SME and then corporate, okay? So when it comes to collateral, it's something that we can work out with. We can work out, and then we also have de-risking partners we work with that can support you. So when you have a need, please talk to us, and then we shall be able to find a solution for you. Yeah. I think most of the challenges have been mentioned, and I've given solutions to those challenges that we find lending the artisanals that come to us, where the businesses are not formalized, but we've said we try to link them into formalization. We advise them to get into the associations. Then we can lend to the association so that they can benefit through the association. Then lack of financials or financial management where records are not present. We do some training on that, but still we advocate for everybody to have records, because for us we are able to lend to you using your cash flows, okay? Then collateral, I've mentioned, we have those devices of de-risking partners and even facilities that don't need the land and collateral, where you need only the equipment you're buying itself. Yeah. Then the other challenge is about the information, both at the financing side and also the key players in the sector. But we are trying as much as possible, by us being in such conferences, to get to understand more and more about the mining sector. And even when we are lending out, we have to calm down and understand the kind of business the person is doing, the operation cycle. Then we are able to structure out a facility that will be appropriate for growth of that particular kind of business. Yeah. I think I can wrap it that way. And what I would say, for us to lend to you, I'll leave you with just a few things we have to be, keen of. First of all, the business, or the reason why you have to, there has to be a reason for you to borrow, okay? That's a condition. There has to be a reason for you to borrow. It's not advisable to take on a facility as a startup. It's not good, because you need to first do something, learn the business, then come and borrow, and then you will be able, to run your business rightly and make the repayments. We look out so much onto the ability to pay. We wouldn't want you to give you so much money that you're not able to make the repayments, okay? So the capacity for you to make the repayments is considered, and it's very key. You may be having a project, but in your current status, you may not afford to make loan repayments for that project fund that you're looking for. So we can do it in a phased manner to make sure that much as you give you the money, you're able to operate and pay the bank, and then you come for another tranche of disbursement. And also, the person should be, the business, like I said, it shouldn't be a startup. You should have some capital to start the business. Let this be an enhancement, okay? Yeah. Then the last thing is about the character. You should be having some record of how you've been running your business, at least, even if you have a record and it shows that your profit is low, but at least when it's profit making and it's an ongoing concern, then we shall be in position to lend to you. But otherwise, Centenary Bank is open to lend or to fund anyone who is willing, who would want to enhance or grow their businesses in the mining sector. We shall work out any solution that is appropriate for you to keep your business ongoing. Thank you. Take the questions later. We are going to do, no. We are going to make a panel, okay? Ask them if they need to. Do we need to make a panel? Okay, that's okay. It's okay.
As we are not clapping hard enough for okay, thank you very much. Now we have both ends. We have the private sector, we have the government. I want to ask Mr. Walusimbi, if you don't mind, to join them. And then we can now take a fresh round of either inquiries or queries or questions or advice as we prepare to go to the next session, which has already been prayed for. Do I have a microphone volunteer this time? He comes. The most determined volunteer I have worked with. Who doesn't want to leave his chair? So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the two institutions, you've heard what is on offer, you've heard what they are willing to do with us. Do we have a third microphone? No?
Thank you, Chris. First of all, I would like to thank the financial institutions for having honored our invitation. And I am happy that you're really thinking and planning about 4 ASMs in your institutions. I ask my colleagues to give you a round of applause. Thank you so much. What is disturbing me, the many times we have had engagements, especially with the Centenary Bank. Joseph is a colleague. We have interacted. He has visited our site, and he has referred us to the nearest branch that could serve our interests. Because at headquarter levels, our business proposal was very viable because it involved some kind of asset acquisition in relation to mining. But when you go to those branches down there, what you understand is not what they understand. What you are telling us is probably not what they can tell you. Down there, things are different. They made our lives so complicated, and we gave up because it became a nightmare. So I think there is need also to train your officers down there so that they can talk the way you talk and maybe also act. They do as we talk, so we can move our heads up on both sides. Our artisanals and small-scale miners are organized to some extent because most of them, within their setups, they have cooperative societies, they have savings and credit cooperative societies or SACCOs, and I think as an institution, this could be an entry point for you. I've been a chairperson to one of the most developed SACCOs in this country, but my 2 terms expired and there are other chairpersons now. And we even did linkage banking with DFCU. Our members can have ATM cards. They get them from the circles. We are interlinked with the DFCU bank, and they can access their monies wherever they are for as long as there is an ATM of DFCU. Why can't we have such a partnership with the miners' entities? And I also think sometimes about having a bigger thing, like a union. I don't know. For you, the experts in finance can advise. Do we need to have a union as UGASM so that that union can also recommend member associations to you for financing? Sometimes the trust in between you, the funding institution, the financing institutions, and our associations may not be there. But what do we need to do in order to bridge the gap? Please advise. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiviriga, my namesake, and the rest of the team for the remarks you've made about the financing of ASMs. Now, when you talk about ASMs, if you linked it to transportation, it's like from the bicycle to the bus. So the bicycle man doesn't need the fuel. Sometimes they use their energy to climb hills. The motorcycle needs some small fuel, and then the small cars, and then you have the V8s, and then have the biggest car. So we need to have an engagement that is beyond such one. We need boardroom engagements. If you could consider it right for both of you, both the institutions, our team at the national level, we are very near, we have offices in Kampala. We can call our regional representatives because our needs are quite different. The Comfort said they were given 6 million, and it's a reference point to many organizations. But for us in Gold, 6 million is one afternoon. If you are going to invest it one afternoon, you start using it at midday, by 6 p.m. it is done. You understand? One machine, buying it $5,000, $10,000. But, and like you said, some of our SMEs, the companies are organized from having a bank account. You're registered with URA. You have a certificate from sometimes NEMA. You have a license from the ministry. You have the local licenses. And because it is lack of information, we have not engaged fully. Like you said, the people that come to the field, probably they are in a hurry. Sometimes they go to places where they have their relatives. And the most time is with the relatives, and then the small time is with us. So we need boardroom engagements whereby we can fully understand if I'm going to borrow, what are the risks? What is the percentage? Is what you're talking here the same on paper? You know, terms and conditions of MTN, no one has ever them to finish them. I'm using MTN as an example. But if they told you whatever you're going to go through, probably would say I'm not taking that line. Yeah, so that's my request. I would like you guys to consider having boardroom meetings with the leaders of these associations. The problem we have that our groups, call them informal, but also they are not very educated. The rural groups, hundreds of kilometers are from here. People are involved in our activities. It is an activity for the last resort. Someone agamba, biganye, let me go and go into this stony quarter and look for a living. But somehow they go there and get money. Even some of us went to school, but went to gold mining because it was the last resort. We went to the banks, you guys were already there. We went to CSOs, the creditors were there. So we decided to go to the bush, and then from the bush we came back to the what? The boardrooms. So the need to transfer this information, the simplest form, to be understood by the users. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the panelists. First of all, I really have to mention that I'm happy you are getting involved. But as a strategy for reaching deeper to us, is if you could only
arrange a special team in your different forums to handle specifically mining issues, just as he is. I don't think he has a representative at every branch. He would centralize it so that it specifically handles mining issues, because our issues are different. A team that is special can easily understand what we need, and we can easily relate. Thank you.
Okay, we move to the back. Jemo, after Jemo, Mr. Baliedusa had something, then we'll come this side.
Yeah, thank you. By the name, I'm called Anges Paul, and I would like to thank the financing institutions. First of all, you have made our faith, because you have come in, and we feel that we can now match with you. Except that I want to be clarified from centenary, and then also finance, microfinance. On the area of machinery, I heard you mentioning of 70%, 30% if we need machinery. But you never mentioned anything. If we do not need machinery, what could be the percentage? Because finance told us, mentioned of 8% interest and 13% for SMEs. So we need to be clarified on that. And the same thing goes to microfinance.
So you're asking, if you're to take a loan, what is the interest?
Yes.
Okay.
The same thing goes to microfinance. You mentioned of 8% and 13%. How does it work on your side in terms of machinery, if we need machinery? Thank you.
Okay. Over there, the one with glasses, yeah? On your right. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much once again. My questions go to both the financial institutions, both microfinance and centenary. One, I would love to just maybe have a request to this one. This is a request to both the financial institutions. There is something that always kills the urge for someone to get a loan. Bureaucracy is actually too much in the financial institutions. I am not saying it just because maybe I have not undergone the experience. I am one of the people who has undergone experience in wanting to get a loan from Centenary itself. Then the other one is we are talking of reaching the illiterate people down there in the villages, the artisanal small-scale miners. Actually, the first person who had the question said, by the way, these people do not know how to read and write. But then we are relying on the records. These people could be making profits, but they don't know how to note them down. But they can explain to you. So then, how are you going to...
One issue to both centenary and the microfinance. You know, we deal with people then. For me, I'm a community development officer. I deal with groups in my sub-county, in the Mayingo district. But I've had issues with groups, especially Centenary Bank. The administrative process of opening an account with your bank by groups is very, very long and very expensive. Because you charge 200,000 per just an account of a group. Not 200,000 per every group. 8,000 institution is 50, 100. That is the moderate. So groups are finding it very hard to open with your. Yet you want groups to borrow money from your bank, yet they should have accounts, and it is becoming very difficult for them to open accounts with Centenary Bank. Then when it comes to microfinance support center, we have had you people several times come to our communities sensitizing community, sensitizing people. You have mobilized people to come to the sub-counties. They come, you tell them this and this. And even you have given us some banners, they're here. Even their comments are they are few. But when it comes to the real thing, again, the thing becomes very big. I have some groups which applied through microfinance, some 3 years back. But as I talk now, they have never received any loan from your microfinance support center. The officers came, they verified them, but up to now, they have never accessed any financial, and they just said, they just gave up. So, what you are saying now here, we feel it is good, but when it comes to the real thing, you work differently. So, I just request that we do some changes, and we do we simplify our work, because it becomes again hard on us as the CDOs. They say we are we have brought people to receive them to see their money. Yet we are the very people who come to us and request people to mobilize, and then you sensitize them. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting perspective from a local government community worker. Let's hear from Odiek.
Oh, thank you. Recently, there were reports that there's this small business recovery fund that the government wanted to give small businesses, but the threshold was set at about 100 million. But the banks wanted to increase the threshold beyond 100 million, because they are saying that administering the loans, I think, at that threshold is a problem. Now, I don't know whether, because mining is, I think, medium to long-term business. Now, this thing of 100 million, they were saying they were supposed to lend it for around 4 years. So I don't know what package you are having and how the clarity you could give the miners that this is the amount of money we can give you, because banks are interested in short-term lending, but are interested in medium to long-term lending. And actually, a lot of funding is available. I don't know whether you've done studies here that what do the artisanal miners need? What is the amount? Actually, in this small business recovery fund, some of the businesses needed like 50 million. But I think the bank say, that 50 million is a problem to us. I don't know how you can comment on that. Thank you.
John, that is for microfinance?
I think it's kind of information that cuts across the banking sector, microfinance, centenary bank, because the artisanal miners want money from them. But there's always a challenge between mining is also a long-term business. My question is, how long are you willing to lend the mining people to have that money? Because it may take 4 years exploring, another several years putting up a mine. So I don't know, but banks may want to lend for only 1 year. It's profitable for traders going to China, get 200 million, go to China, bring clothes, suits, and they are selling. 6 months, they pay back the money. But I don't know for mining, it might be just a promise that we are willing to help the miners, but in reality, it's a different game. Thank you.
Okay. John works with the New Vision, that's why he has his numbers. Let's come to Pastor Shalom here, then we'll end up on that table, and you bring the microphone back to the podium. There, yes.
Thank you very much, Chris. We want to thank the financial institutions for giving us all that we need to know about the loans. For me, the position of the financial institutions is very clear. And we all know that they are business people. So I think it's important for us to know what they need. It is now our obligation to understand what they require of us. For example, the Microfinance Support Center has given us a list of the things they need. But the list is not a simple list. My colleagues from Busia, I think you have actually better experience. I was waiting for you to share your experience, because I know we tried working with the banks and it was not easy. Not that the financial institutions didn't want to give the miners money, but the capacity of the miners. First of all, they've made it clear you should have capital. You should have records. And back to our gold miners, there are issues of trust. So there was always a question, where are your records? The records are not there. So I think it's time for us to step up the game and look at this mining as a serious business, because the financial institutions, we don't expect to twist their arm to cover up anything, because they are also trying to avoid any risk, to reduce the risk. So I think let's formalize, let's be serious with record keeping, because they'll not look at the records of 1 month. They probably want records of 1 year. They've clearly said you should have shown experience of being in this business for some time, and you have the ability that you're able to pay back. So we should have our records right, and any other thing that will help us to access the loans. Otherwise, we'll be angry with them. At some point we were angry, but you can also understand their point, because they are not just a small entity. So I think the ball comes back to us, the artisanal miners. We can also explore options. We can look at partnerships. Our colleagues from Busia, I'll refer to them again. When we tried the banks and failed, they have identified partnerships and they are working well. Isn't it, Paul? So let's explore other options apart from looking at the financial institutions. We can look at partnerships. Instead of sticking to our gold and it is not taking us somewhere, we look at partnerships. But from experience is that we need to strengthen our capacity to negotiate better with these partners so that we are not exploited. The other option is to look at grants. UNDP has a lot of money actually. And one of the things that is very unique about UNDP is that they support equipment. And one of the challenges we have is the equipment at the extraction stage, getting the ore out of the mine. So if we are organized, I am one of the happiest people for this UGAZIM, and I know that you're going to go very far. If we keep on track, we can do a lot with this national level association. So I want to encourage us to explore. Let's approach different partners. UNDP, we can build a strong team. If you need technical advice, you can always approach many of us in this room. Chris is there to give you a technical guidance. But let's explore these options. Currently, UNDP has a program on the development minerals. I happen to be on the team of the country working group. But sometimes the proposals that come in, they miss something. So if we can strengthen also our capacity to look for resources outside, we can make it. We have managed to secure funding for equipment for Busia. In Wakiso, we supported the stone quarrying. In Busia, the mercury-free gold processing equipment, the gold catcher, the weight mill. So UNDP has money, and I'm sure there are also other partners that have money. But for equipment particularly, UNDP usually supports that. So apart from the financial institutions, I encourage us to also look at that are more friendly, that will give us a step to start from, and then as we grow bigger, we can reach a level where we are very confident to approach the financial institutions. We are very confident that we will pay back, and we have everything in place to make our business grow better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's hear from the Karamoja ladies as we come to the final one here. As you can hear, even the microphone is getting tired. So let's keep it short. Watafanyisha lugha gani?
Asanteni sana.
Wait a little bit.
Sisi tunafanyisha Kiswahili.
Okay, Comrade Timothy. Where is Comrade Timothy? Comrade Timothy. Naomba ufafanue.
Sawa, nafikiri naweza kaendelea. Ninashukuru sana kwa hizo hao watu wenye wametumambia microfinance na Centenary Bank. Unajua sisi Karamoja kuna shida moja. Hao watu wanapokuja kama Equity Bank. Equity ilikuja ikapata watu, ikasanya pesa ya watu, ikiwaambia tunaenda kuweka pesa kwa bank, ikachukua pesa ya watu mpaka leo. Sasa tunaomba kama mnakuja kwa ground, at least mtembee paka kwa communities, kwa sababu mali pengine ni mbali na bank, atunafanyisha pesa mingi kufika penye bank iko. Ni kama mali kama Amdat na Kapriprit tunapata bank Moroto, huko ndio tunapata services. Sasa nafikiria unaweza ukaongea.
Thank you, and thank you, our Kenyan friend. We are ending there, then we bring the microphone here.
Okay, thank you so much. I have two questions for Madam Jury. One question is in regard to security, collateral security. The mining lease, whether you can accept them as collateral security, and if no, why? Then another question is in regard to comparison in terms of high risk investment. Mining has been considered to be a high risk investment sector. So how do you compare it with agriculture? More so the small scale agriculture where they don't use a lot of equipment or machines or irrigation farming. How do you compare it?
Okay, that's an interesting question. We went somewhere in southwestern Uganda and met miners who would go and borrow money as farmers and come and use the money in mining and pay it back using mining money, but the bank was happy that the farmers are paying back money. So we are going to start with you, Julie. Okay, we'll start with you then.
Thank you very much. I'll make mine brief because it appears the bulk of the questions to Centenary Bank. I'll start with the issue raised by the lady from Karamoja, saying that Karamoja access there is difficult in the various districts. But I want to say that we have a zone in Moroto, but we have frequently been traversing the various districts of Karamoja. I personally have been there all the districts in Karamoja. And we have been also exploring how we can get involved in the mining, because there are quite a number of minerals out there in Karamoja. So we are going to pattern more to see how we can develop in collaboration even in this area. In my presentation, I did talk about gold as a security or as a collateral, and I talked that, and I said that gold is actually no longer backing currency, because the gold standard was dropped, I think, in 1972. So we have to evaluate more. By the time I retired from the central bank, I was the spokesperson for the bank. But now I'm not speaking on behalf of Bank of Uganda or the Minister of Finance, for that matter. The proposal to have regular meetings put forward by Mr. Chibirige, I think that is also something we are going to work on. When the lists come through, and when I get the associations, we shall then submit to our technical people who will arrange the regular meetings, productive meetings, to ensure, to ascertain how we can participate, or how we can support, and make it more meaningful. So we shall be arranging those special teams to come out and discuss with you and engage with you. Now, somebody talked about interest rate, that I talked about 8%, 13%. What is it in relation to when we are talking about equipment? If it's an equipment within the ambit of a group or a circle, we shall still use 8%. But if it's equipment being acquired, and I mean, it has to be within the limit amount which you have. So, but for an SME, if you are procuring an equipment, then it will go for the 13%, or as it shall be negotiated. So that is, as you see in the pamphlets or the brochures I circulated, that will be pertaining. Then the issue of bureaucracy. Centenary Bank will say their piece. Yeah, it is true there is some bureaucracy. And somebody raised the issue of where we went and sensitized people, and 3 years down the line, funds have not been disbursed. It is true. And recently the board conducted tours in various areas. I was in Arua, my colleagues, the chair was in Jinja, and others across the country. And one of the concerns was the issue of bureaucracy and also delayed disbursement. But the challenges we had, as pointed out by Centenary Bank, when you had the COVID, we structured some loans. And then we also found out that some of the groups had disintegrated. They had borrowed, they were not able to pay, there was nowhere to invest, so there was a challenge. If they had submitted applications, what sort of business were they going to invest in if they had disintegrated? The business was badly affected by COVID. Some leaders have run away with the funds. So that was a challenge. And we did resolve, let me divulge this, we had to send back all the applications which you had not worked on, and ask our teams in the region, in the districts, to reevaluate, to see whether the groups are still in existence, whether they are complying with the regulations, and whether the business they want to invest in are still around, and they are committed to investing in those businesses. We also looked at what we call turnaround time. Turnaround time because we want people to apply and get responses, positive or non-positive, in a timely manner within a certain short period. That has been a challenge. And we are committing ourselves that in 2023, this is going to be done. How? We have understood more of the businesses, and also we have digitalized up to the circles and groups. We have computerized, we are computerizing groups, both the regional circles and groups, and the MIOGA circles, so they can get their, if we approve funds, the funds are remitted directly to them, and whatever transactions is made is communicated to them digitally in their offices so that they can appraise their members. The materials, yeah, it is true, like now the pamphlets have distributed, they are basically in English. But we are working for all the various zones to see that you can translate into various languages. But this has been a challenge for the whole country, as you know. We have wanted the constitution to be translated into various languages. It is not forthcoming. In terms of funds availability, we didn't have the recovery fund, but I know that we are looking at enabling groups and circles and SMEs to have more substantial funds. But government is going to contribute more funds, but also we are also seeking, as I pointed out, partnerships. I'm glad that we have somebody raised the issue of UNDP, and then the guarantee fund. We are working on these so that we have a much bigger pool of funds to lend out at those affordable interest rates, or in Islamic funding where there's profit and loss sharing. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to do the Q&A for Centenary Bank. At least microfinance is done with us, so we'll try to respond to the questions that you had. So I think we'll do this in an orderly manner. I'll start with the chairman of UGASAM. I think in there he had an issue of getting different information.
I've been permitted to leave because I have an assignment to handle, but I'm happy that I've been able to interact with you, and I commit MSC that they are going to have MSC to work with you to ensure that we have a good partnership. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olusimbi, on behalf of the audience. So, like I was saying, we're going to start with the chairman's question. According to him, there is a difference in information between what we tell you here in the conferences and what actually we tell the branches, or what the branches tell them. We have to admit, yes, there is a bit of discrepancy there, but we also have to note that these officers have been trained to deal with various sectors, including this very one. So it's very unfortunate that the facility you tried to check out from the bank was unsuccessful, but we have gone ahead to train the officers to make sure that they can handle each and every need from all the sectors, including this very one. We are doing a lot of lending in Western Uganda, more so in the Kabale regions. I don't know if there's anyone here from Kabale who can attest to that. But we have done a lot of mining there, especially for the people that are dealing in developmental minerals. The bit of precious minerals is a bit of a gray area because we don't know, we don't have enough information about it, and we believe the risk is still high, but nonetheless, we can appraise and come to a decision. Then he had an issue about having to form a union. It is very true that if you approach any institution in an organized way through unions and cooperatives, it's very easy to get the attention of that institution. And I would say you're late because this should have been done a long time ago. Please, if you have any unions and any groups, it's really, really easy for us to collaborate with these with organized people as opposed to collaborating with individuals. Why? Because individuals are very mobile, but for organized groups, at least there is a way of succession that even if in the event that someone is absent, at least the organization or other members are present. So it's always easier for us to deal with these institutions. Well, I think that was it from him. So I'll move to the second person that asked. That is Mr. Chibidige. Well, in your absentia, or maybe you're seated somewhere back there, yes, the issue of boardroom engagement is very vital. And I think we've had that. And you guys are here, at least the members and a few other community leaders here can attest to this. We have, I think, moved, at least from 2019 when we first started to engage, we are now somewhere. And I believe the future is very, very, very bright for us. We don't see any limitations, at least for now. And we promise we shall engage more. Mr. Chibidige had something to do with translating information. It is true we are translating the information at the branches. We even have representatives at the branches that can ably communicate in the local languages. At least the bank makes sure that there is people on ground that can communicate or at least translate. When it comes to official documentation, we usually require people to sign I'm sorry about that. We usually require people to attest that they have received translation and they are understanding what they are signing. And in this case, we are very, very compliant because as per regulator requirements, and that is BOU, you have to transact with people that understand what you're doing. Both parties have to be in sync of what's going on. So we just don't invite people and tell them, please sign here or append your signature or thumbprint here. We go ahead, we take an extra mile to translate and explain so these people can actually understand what's going on. And it's the same thing we'll do for all communities, inclusive of this very community. But that said, if you have been around our branches, we have a bit of information that we translate, but we can't translate to all languages. Uganda is a vast cultural country. We cannot translate to all the languages. Yes, sorry. At least we try to translate to the to the major languages that are spoken, and this we do countrywide.
Okay.
We'll move to the third speaker. I'm sorry I didn't get your name, the gentleman here.
You'll have to be a bit more quick, speedy, because I think the food is getting cold.
Oh, indeed. Okay, sorry. We'll move. So we'll move to, we have a team, yes, in the branches. I work with all branches, and we have a team. And we believe we'll get there. Right about now, you don't feel us, we understand, but we'll get there and we'll handle all the mining issues. There is a special team down there. It's led by Julie here and myself. So we promise we'll do better. I'll let Julie take it on from here.
All right, thank you, Joseph. Now, about pricing of the loan, somebody asked there that I mentioned about the asset financing, but again, I didn't say what actually the pricing is. For pricing of our loans are based on the prime lending rate, I think I mentioned that, which is currently at 20%, but it's on a reducing balance, that is 20% per annum, not per month, per annum. Now, for you to get per month, you'll divide that 21%, divide by 12. But otherwise, it's per annum and it's on your reducing balance, okay? Yeah. Then someone mentioned about the bureaucracy. Now, to handle this bureaucracy, whatever engagement you're doing with the bank, whether you're coming to open an account, kindly request for the list of requirements, a checklist of what is expected by the bank for you to submit, to have that transaction or that service given to you. Because if you come and they tell you, bring certificate of registration, you bring. The next day, bring trading license. You know, it becomes very long. But when you get that list of requirements, and then when you're doing the submission, submit everything at the same time. Don't submit, you know, come back after a week, your document will not move at all. But if we adopt that, get the checklist, I think she mentioned, let's understand the requirements, and submit everything, then you'll be given the service within time. Otherwise, we regret where you found that hindrance due to the, you know, front and back movements. Then, yeah, that's about the long process. How do we handle those individuals who are making profits but cannot even define the profits, but they're making the profits? Actually, for Centenary Bank, those ones, we have so many. Now, from the beginning, when we are having this engagement with this person, and you get to understand what she's doing, and she will tell you, you can say it verbally, I make my 500,000 per week. Where are the records? They are not there. That's where we start from. And then educate you on how to make these very simple records. You remember, our vision is to support the microfinance, the micro people. So we do that financial literacy so that within 6 months, the person will be having some records. And with our microfinance support, we are able to start lending you with those 6 months record. Because originally we shall have understood that actually your business is running, but you just did not have the records. So we do those financial literacy sessions as part of our CSR, and whoever approaches us for funding, they can't define their profits, but yet the profits are there. So we teach them how to do that, and then we make them bankable. We even have a solution we call the linkage banking. Linkage banking is bringing, sort of like including people into the bank, making them bankable. We do a lot of trainings. Actually, the lady from Karamoja was able to pick what she made from him, whereby you know, they gave money to people who came to them. These people never came back. But for us, Centenary Bank, we have this linkage banking solution, whereby we move to where the bank has never, the people have never accessed the banks, or the banks are very far. We do the education, then we are able to support you to come into the bank, to link you into the bank that way, okay? And then even if our branches could be very far, the agents are near. They can use the agents. And currently with linkage banking, they're even able to bank using their phones. We have a product we call the 3-pin program, whereby they can bring money into the bank using their phones. But our agents are now spread almost to all business towns. So you can be able to access Centenary Bank solutions. Yeah. Then about the CBR, that is SME funding that was given, the 100 million. I think the gentleman has left. But that funding, for those that could qualify, were able to get that funding through Centenary Bank. And we were able to give them for the 4 years that they wanted. That's dependent on your records or your operations. Remember, that funding was 100 million. It was a maximum of 100 million, but it had some limitations.
your assets did not have to exceed 100 million. Whereby you find like most of the SMEs, their assets were exceeding 100 million. Someone comes, with that need of 100 million, and they can pay. But according to the regulator, only those ones that had assets below 100 million. But already the person has collateral with you of 200 million. So that was a shortfall. And we were waiting for the facility to sort of like be enhanced, so that actually SMEs or medium enterprises could qualify. It's mostly the small enterprises that qualified, because they had assets that were below 100 million that the government wanted to support. But for those that were eligible, we were able to support, and they were able to take those 4 years and even get that interest, which was 10%, which was far below what the commercial banks were doing. Yeah. She's also gone away. She asked about how we access agriculture funding versus the mineral sector. The way we access our funding is per entity. Okay, every entity is looked at differently. So it depends on what, for the agriculture, yes, because we've done it for a long time, and we have various partners we are working with who are supporting the agriculture sector. So actually for them accessing funding, it has been far easier than any other sector, okay? Because the requirements are sort of like minimized. And for the mining, we only have like, I think AGF we are working with, and there are some requirements that we would need from the mining sector. So everything is looked at differently. Every business is accessed differently. Yeah. So that's why you see the agriculture, the funding will be easier to access. I think most of the other requirements have been answered. I got you mentioned about supporting VSL groups who come for lending, in turn to lend to members. How do you control the interest? Now, for us, the interest we give to the VSLs, actually it's a reduced interest. It's not the normal commercial lending interest, because we know most of them are taking them on for lending. But again, we cannot regulate what they charge to their members, because you see us, even when we are lending to them, we are going to lend to you like at 15% per annum, okay? But then for them, their lending mechanism is different. They will tell you an 8% per month. So you cannot really regulate what they are charging to their members, okay? Yeah, because it's their own, it's their business, so you are not able to give them regulations on what they are supposed to be doing. We end at the entity, the VSLA itself. Yeah, I think most of the concerns have been addressed. Thank you.
Okay, I know you're hungry, but please give them a very big thunderous hand clap. And they are still here for lunch with us, so you can feel free to engage with them. We are going for lunch now, which has been delayed, but I think it was worth it because of the discussions. We are all looking for money, so I think we can give the discussion that much more attention. Lunch is downstairs on the first floor. Here we are on the second floor, so the floor below, I believe the restaurant is called Silver City. You have your coupons, so you can take the lift, but I think we walk. We are all physically fit. The food was already prayed for by our resident pastor for today, Pastor Shalon. Thank you. Let's take an hour, and when we come back, we'll do, you know how we normally do it. By 5, we're out of here. I want to encourage you, if you've come from Buhweju or Nakapiripirit or Alebutong, don't sit with your Nakapiripirit person. Try to mix. Let Buhweju sit with the Kakamega, let Kakamega sit with the Chisoro. Try to mix, and learn a new language at least. So let's get back after 1 hour. Bon appetit. Thank you very much. Matthias, you can direct people at the stairs, eh? Or Valence, one of you. Our perception of the sector right now is that for you to survive, for you to be able to engage with all these institutions we are talking about, for you to be able to go to the next level, you have to be compliant. So we would like you to discuss amongst yourselves, what does compliance look like to you? And do you think that compliance is important going forward? We have, I can pick another word like formalization. What does formalization mean to you? and you think that formalization is important going forward. So we thought you would discuss amongst yourselves. Those are the few keywords that we came up with to describe what we think, which direction the sector should be going, but feel free to delete and add some. So for example, someone mentioned to me child labor. Is child labor such a big deal to you? Should it be included in that? And the idea is that at the end of today, we shall have come up with 12 keywords. Those 12 keywords, then we shall sit with your leadership of UGASM to design an advocacy message for each month of 2023. So January can be maybe gender, February can be something else like that, like that, like that. Are we on the same page, or Oluzungu Lungi? I don't know. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? No? Those who are saying yes. Yes? Show of hands. Not even 5%. Who wants to help me explain what I've just said? Jemo, do you want to try? Explain what I've just explained. You want a microphone? Microphone manager? Give James the microphone. So, before James comes in, I can just repeat, and then James, you'll help me conclude. We came up with some words which to us describe progress. What do we call progress in the ASM subsector? Progress can be through formalization, through legalization. The word reserved is not part of the words. Reserved was because the table was for the minister. But they are getting the point because they are already deleting the word reserved. Compliance, inclusion, and sustainability. And we are saying, according to you, how would you like the sector that you're working in to be described? And I'm saying, for example, I would like it to be a compliant sector. I would like that every single artisanal and small-scale miner in Uganda is compliant in all parameters, be it licensing, be it in the way they work, be it in following standards, health and safety, and everything. And we are saying we want to develop 12 of these topics. So we wanted you to look at those and tell us, are they sufficient as they are? But on top of those, can you add on others for them to reach the number 12? So we are going to have a group discussion, on a table discussion actually, not a group discussion, amongst yourselves as the music is playing, as the people are sipping on wine, those who have it. Not on my bill, those who have come with it from inside. If you've smuggled it inside, you sip on it quietly. We have that discussion, and then we'll go table to table. You'll nominate a member to say, we agree with this, we agree with this, we agree with this, but maybe add this, maybe remove this. Then our secretary will be noting. We shall do a ranking at some point, and then we'll develop the 12 advocacy messages for each month of 2023, and that will inform part of our work plan as UGASM. James from Karenga, you now say it in the simplest words, and then we start.
Okay, thank you very much. But you've already said in the simplest words. I don't know.
Okay, you simplify more.
Okay, to my understanding, I think the way Chris has said, I mean, is looking at the future of the ASMQ. What are we looking at? Do we look at them formalizing being something that can open up for them to get the funding? Do we look at them on the issue of maybe of gender? Do we think if the ASMs are gender sensitive, do we think we might have done something better? And then also in these different topics, the messages will come out from them. If we look at compliance, the message may come from it maybe for January or maybe February. We look at inclusion, we look at just all the messages would come from those different topics. So then it's now us who are supposed to come up with the next words. Or maybe we would say, there is no need of having legislation here. We remove it and add another one. That's in our groups then. I think that's what you wanted to say.
100%. You can see Ponyoka thing there. So, can we now go into that and we take 20 minutes? 20 minutes, then the microphone will go around, we take the notes, and we call it a day for today. Is that fine? Is that fine, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. So I'll be back in 20 minutes time. Feel free to add or remove. This group here is not likely to manage. You cannot have Charles Dizara on the same table with Deus. One of you has to go somewhere else.
because in all our consultations the last 4 or 5 years, our local governments have been complaining they are left out, especially in they don't know their roles in the implementation of the laws. We have added 2 because we thought we have so many tables. We wanted to give it.
Here we are looking at, this is a very key, and therefore the message should be constant throughout, maybe per year. Then we are saying that 100% of the sector should be formalized. Registration of artisan miners should be also looked at, and then all the operational activities should be following the law. The third is compliance, and this is broad, because when you look at compliance, even the subsequent items we are going to list will be incorporated under this. So we are saying all aspects should be fulfilled, and a sector, in this case, the sector should be looking at all other relevant laws, the environmental laws, land, and the taxes as well. The fourth is gender. In this case, we are looking at inclusiveness of the sector. We are looking at ladies and gentlemen to be included in the sector. Then the other, the equal access aspect, and this one should be looked at throughout the entire run. Then the inclusion aspect, we are looking at the partnership, for example, or incorporating or involving financial institutions that can maybe bring us maybe resources at low interest rates. Then we are looking also involving the training institutions, because we believe they have they may be having some extra knowledge which we may not be having, and we believe it can help us. Then the other 6th one is the sustainability aspect, and in this case, without wasting time, what we are looking at is the responsible mining bit. That, yes, you have mined, have you rehabilitated the mine? Generally, sustainability, do whatever you do for now, that will not affect the existence of the future generation. Yes, we had looked at the independence bit, but when we looked at it in scrutiny, we realized it will be looked at under legislation, because with legislation, all the boundaries will be defined, and therefore all of us will be required to follow those particular boundaries, and therefore that's why we just discarded the aspect of independence. I thank you.
Okay. I'm next.
Stuart?
Yes, thank you. Our group is nameless. We have the different terms on our table here, but how we looked at the terms are the insights of ASM, if you are to look at how we operate. The first aspect is the formalization. And the understanding of formalization is very broad. And to an association, you start with the coming up with the leadership. And if you have a structured leadership, you will move to the next step of formulating policy or rules that must guide the leadership. You look at having leadership, having a constitution or the rules or policy that will lead you to registering it at different levels. This is still under. For male, we know the male take active role in the...
That for everything to stand, mobilization should begin first of all from the ground, and that is how groups have come to be formed. Then the other wording is formalization. The next word is gender. The next word is inclusion. Then legalization, compliance, and then sustainability. My explanations cannot differ from what others have explained, so I may not repeat that more. Next to them, we also came up with a child labor free, and as we all reach to these levels which we have undergone, we also need to observe that in order to sustain the ASMOs, we need to exclude children from the mining chain at all levels. As well as in that aspect, we are looking at child protection. Next to it, we also looked at cooperative, that at levels where we have reached, we also need to grow to certain levels such that we can also reach levels of formulating cooperatives such that we collaborate widely. We also looked at coordination and the element of coordination. That's why you see all of us, we are gathered in this house. It was all because of the element of coordination. And therefore, we need to promote it to continue. Levels of origin, that there is need also to formulate those circles that will encourage the element of a saving culture. Then we also looked at networking. It is also good for us ASMOs to be networking in various regions, and that's why we have Kenya in this house. That is an element of networking. So members, we knew that the tables were so many, and what we have not included, other tables will come up with them. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, thank you. On records, maybe the secretary can also stroke with data records because they were being discussed concurrently today. Yes, the next one, just outline.
Thank you. This is a group of 3 wise men. Yeah. And this is what we have come up with. As to explain, this is our vision for the artisanal mining in 2023. We expect, as 2023 begins, actually from tomorrow, we expect the element of gender so that everybody is involved irrespective of the sex. From there, I expect all the groups involved in artisanal mining should be registered. That means formalization still comes here. And after that, we need to respect all the laws, that is compliance. There we shall operate without any, we shall operate fully. Then therefore we shall also participate our ideas to our leaders in various levels so that they legislate good things for us. This is in 2023, remember? And therefore, everybody, the element of inclusion, working together, will come in. On to that, we shall have, we need then financing. We have talked about it, should come on, and our work should be secure, very secure. That is in 2023. And then we're going to have, be innovative, that is innovation, so that we come up with the new ideas and new technology, new ways of doing things. Therefore, we shall have sustained our activity as business and ASM will continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Our table is comprised of 5 people, me from Central and the rest from Gulu. Thanks for formulating these words with your team. They were subject to discussion, and you told us we can add or remove. I knew that all other tables would just detail what has been given to them, for we didn't do that. We removed some of the words. Compliance was right. Everybody has detailed. Inclusion, we gave it a tick. Gender, removed. Substituted it with equality. Sustainability, we gave it a tick. Formalization, we gave it a tick. Legislation, we gave it a tick. So we went on to taking your task, you as a SIMP, to formulate more other words which are subject to detailing for those ones who are good at detailing, and adding financed. So those ones who are good at detailing, you can add financed, because the words that were given to us were 7. We had regulated. We also added transparent, making them 10, because you said you wanted 12. So our team came up with more 3, which makes it that the words you have given us goes up to October. So we are remaining with 2 more words to have the year done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Central Region.
Yes, thank you. This is Team No Sleep.
Next to the 3 wise men, there's Team No Sleep.
Team No Sleep is the one lady has gone for a short course. So it is a Team No Sleep. People have discussed. I'm just also adding this. On the issue of compliance, we have said it is very important to all artisan miners, but we have been disappointed by 1 or 2 things. One, the Ministry of Energy has failed to comply in connection with the URA and the Ministry of Finance in paying back the royalties to different districts where these minerals come from. So for us, and down there we are complying, but the Ministry, URA and the Ministry of Finance, up to now they have failed to comply in paying back the royalties from the revenues they collect from different districts. Because I know those royalties can also support some developments in the districts, but they have failed to do so. When it comes to formalization, it is also very important, because it gives a platform to all the registered associations to have a say. Because when you're not registered, it is very hard for government to hear your issues and also take actions. So formalization is also very important in this matter. When it comes to registration, this one we took it direct to the Parliament. We as the artisan miners down there, they have different they have their constitutions, those base constitutions, they have their laws. But when it comes to Parliament, the Parliament of Uganda has failed to create awareness. They have passed very many laws concerning mineral policy, minerals, but they have failed to create awareness. I have never heard even a single MP in my community talking about the mineral laws which are passed, or anything to tell the community about these laws. So the Parliament has failed to do that. And also, those ones which are passed, there are very many laws which have been passed in this country, but they're just in archives. They are there even, for instance, the question of Uganda. To me as a person, since I was born, I'm 33 years, but I've never seen even a copy. I don't know where it is kept. We have never seen anyone interpreting for us that this law is this is this. So that is registration. On sustainability, we have seen that is important because the in this country contribute a big percentage on the economic development of our country. So We need to find all ideas, all ways of how we can sustain these minerals. You cannot remove all and you just leave them there like that. We have to find other ways of how we can sustain and ensure and see that our country develops. Finally, on inclusion, we have seen that inclusion, it helps. It brings all the stakeholders, that men, women, the youth, the elders on board in terms of bringing ideas for development. Some ONGs can come on board and they are doing some consultation. So it is very, very important to include all the stakeholders. Don't just come on board and pick some few men and say the rest of the people can now they can think for the rest. No. Involve the women, the youth, the elders, everybody. So inclusion is very, very important when it comes to mineral development in our country. Gender. On gender, we have seen that the government there's no government program that supports artisanal miners, the specific program, because I've seen different programs concerning the leaders, under Myoga, the youth livelihood, under youth, but the specific program for that has artisanal interest groups, we have not seen it, and so therefore we are saying let the government think about that. To have their specific, because they have their needs which are so specific. So there's need for what? For planning for them. Lastly, on gender, we have also seen that this mineral development in our country, the issues of gender-based violence, they are rampant, whereby the women, most of the women now, they have stopped even doing homework. They're in the Virombe since from morning up to evening. By the time they go back home to do some homework, they are tired. At the end of the day, the man just starts beating. So this issue should be looked at, very serious, and we should focus on this. Thank you very much. This is Team No Sleep.
Team No Sleep. You may have to describe that homework later. But thank you very much. And how do the men beat? The next table, we are left with about 2, I think, so we are about to finish.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I'm Jemo. On our table, this is a table that is called Karamoja Maris Western. On the words that were provided to us, we concur with all of them. We started with formalization. We feel like once the ASM queues are formalized, sustainability part of it comes in. Then we also came to legislation. We said that the legislative wing of government should always ensure that the laws that are formulated favor us. That's the artisanal small-scale miners. Then on compliance, we the artisanal small-scale miners feel like once we get the formalization or the certificate, the different licenses, we can be in a position to comply to the different laws and the different institutions, the rules and regulations, so that we can be in a position to get the different help that we need. And then when you come to sustainability, once you have a license and the laws are favoring you, you're complying to the different rules and regulations, the sustainability part will come in. And when you look at sustainability, actually it swallows all of them. Because if you talk of inclusion, when you come together with the different stakeholders and work together, the part of sustainability will always be there. Then on gender, we are talking of the different sexes, that is female and male. Then we also added the following. When we added this, we were looking at the discussion where Chris was saying, we need words so that we can formulate messages for the different months. So we said there is need to talk about health and safety. In health and safety, we are talking of the PPGs. In other words, let me say the personal protective gear at the mining sites. We feel like the artisanal small-scale miners should have the protective gear because we have lost a number of them in this activity or in this sector. We are also looking at the different mining areas having health centers for first aid so that they can be safe. So we feel like in health and safety, ASM can be in position to get a message to pass out in that regard. Then we also said there is need to talk about child labor. Even if we talk about inclusion, it does not mean we need to have children at the mining sites or the miners. So we need to ensure that the children are safe. That means we need to have child safeguarding policies being followed. Then we said there is need also for FPIC, free prior informed consent. Yes, we are artisanal small-scale miners, but there is a situation where other companies come in with their exploration licenses, and they may want to chase us away from our areas of operation. So there is need for these companies to come and engage with us before they do anything. We as a table were not just saying this just because maybe we wanted to say it. We were saying it, or we wanted it to be out because it has ever happened in the different areas where mining takes place. Then we talked of, there is conflict and dialogue. My colleague will talk about that. Then there is financing. We said for us to be sustainable, there is need for the different financial institutions to come in and support us. So in financing, if we are supported, then we can be in position to go ahead to buy the machines. And that's how we have included mechanization. So in mechanization, we will need as artisanal small-scale miners to have machines that can help us do the work. And we can be in position to get more than that we get right now. Thank you very much. My colleague will explain conflict and dialogue.
Thank you. Actually, this has been a two-man presentation of the views that was collected by this two-man presentation representing the third man and the two ladies. So, in respect to conflict and dialogue, we are well aware that minerals can be a source of conflict or can cause conflict itself. Now, we know that these are resources that attracts interest from wherever, whether from different governments, whether from within the communities, or even at a district level. So we are saying, even if we do all these things, we include everybody, we are following the available legislation, automatically there will be conflicts. So how shall we ensure that we manage the conflict that is there in order for us to use these mineral resources sustainably? So we are saying there should be a mechanism of ensuring that we dialogue and also form some platforms that will enable us to resolve some of the conflicts that can originate when we do our mining operations. That is the little bit I wanted to support with my friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The two-man presentation group.
Hello. My name is Muganza Ronald. I'm representing our table.
A bit louder.
My name is Muganza Ronald, and I'm representing our table here. I am a national coordinator for skilling under UGAZIM. We've looked at all these points that were shared by Mr. Chris, team, and we feel that they are actually very necessary for our sector. Because when you look at, for example, there's a gentleman there who actually tried to sum up all these things and showed that they are actually interconnected. When you look at, for example, the legalization, the legislation, where we have to set the boundaries and make these boundaries known to all the players. After legislation, we looked at the formalization, because I think after knowing what the laws or the boundaries are, next aspect there would be the formalization. And then the list will go on. I'll skip the others because I think everyone has tried to throw some light over them to the last part where we saw the sustainability. Then I'll add something onto that. Given that I am I'm responsible for skilling. We've looked at we've attended so many seminars and workshops, and all we do is talk about getting known. it is very good that right now the government has recognized us, and I think it's an upload for us. The next thing that I think we should start looking at would be the skilling for the players. Most of the artisanals that are involved in the sector, you'll find that most of them are not skilled in how to extract these minerals. The skilling does not only end at extraction, but it also goes all the way until the final part where we have to sell to the final clients. So I suggest or urge that as we plan for the sector, we should start devising means or ways in how we should tackle the part of skilling. Because if we do not skill, then the sustainability will not come to us easily. All this sensitization that we shall do and everything that will follow, without the skilling, will all just, it will just come through us. And then we shall keep coming together, making all these gatherings, and still I don't think we shall have our targets achieved. So with those few remarks, I think, thank you very much.
Thank you. Who hasn't spoken? I think it's only this side. So you can start from the back and end with Maurice. I know Maurice hasn't said anything, which is very strange.
Thank you, Chair. The terms of reference were very clear. All this work was aimed at developing advocacy messages. You gave us the areas. So for us, we have developed for you the advocacy what? Messages. So you will send your secretary to pick an advocacy message on every area that you gave us. And then we are going to talk about only two, which you did not include. And one of them is the positioning of this debate in the context of energy transition. The global politics and dynamics continue to change because we are talking about now artificial intelligence, robotics. We are talking about that high tech. And all these calls for increased demand and rush for the minerals that we are talking about. So for us, as long as you are not contextualizing in terms of developing messages where we position ourselves to become relevant and try to guard our resources, use them as a foundation and platform for bargain, and at the end of the day, have something to put on table in this context, then this discussion will not be complete. So we think we need to have an area where we position the sector to become relevant to the current context of energy transition and facilitating a greener energy access. The last point I want to make on behalf of this group is about peace and conflict in the regional context. We are in a meeting where we are talking about MKUTANO, and we are talking about regionalizing the debate in the context of the Great Lakes region. So the advocacy message we develop should not stop here. We need to contextualize and understand that the current dynamics of politics, security, and the geopolitics in the region call that we contribute to the debate at the regional level. We have already existing frameworks. Uganda has the ICJR law of 2017, and we need to contribute to this. When you see what is happening in Congo, armed conflicts facilitated by the precious minerals that we are debating about, we need to think into that direction. We need to think about analytical issues of mineral traceability. We have had our colleagues getting sanctions from benefiting from the armed conflicts. So we don't want to see our colleagues like Bosco one of these days being actually being curtailed because we are not thinking in that direction. So for me, those are the two areas that we think we should contribute to the discussion. I think let me Finally, inform you that this group contains a donor, development partner, who has already pledged to facilitate in that direction. We have a representation from the miners group, and then a journalist. And for me, I'm a development practitioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
I'm called Chinyata Iporto, representing this group. For us,
Chinyata, give us your full title.
I'm called Chinyata Iporto. I'm from Ntungamo, the chairperson, chairman LC3, Ruhama Sub-County, vice chairperson, Western Region, Ugazim.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Clap for me. Inclusion. All gender, youth, all gender must be included. Youth, PWD, and women and men. And stakeholders must be coming. That is NGOs, government, and other stakeholders, as you know. Compliance, paying tax in time, acquiring licenses, impact assessment. Legislation, proper documentation, license, and paying tax in time. Sustainability, that is finance. We need finance and the finance capital to use when we are working. Then we need the security to be in the area, because when you are in a war, you can't manage to mine. Formalization, formation of association of artisan and small-scale miners, registration of associations, and sensitization to sensitize those who are registered and are not registered. Gender, inclusion of people with different sex and nature. That is women and men, youth and PWs. Equal rights, to find where the people with disability having rights as you who are not. Sharing of leadership. To include those who are not men. When we were electing leaders, to include them. I think that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinyata Obugalo, for our mayor. I believe we are left with only this step. Is there another on that side? No, here. No. You look for a guy called Morris. On your right, there.
Thank you. Here we were discussing as a group the terms that were given, but since everyone has talked so much about all the other points, we can just maybe I wanted to just add one word which I haven't had myself, and that word, of course, is government. And I want to explain why. Usually I'm always telling stakeholders that the best this definition of government is a government for the people, by the people, made of the people. And I'm always telling the miners that in this whole program that we are on, they are the bosses. So when we say government, hopefully, I want it to be in December, if you can allow, that's the keyword for December next year, government. We should come and analyze how each part of the government has performed throughout the year. The miners, if they have been successful in their mining, us, if we have been successful in assisting them to achieve their goals, and also the citizens who benefit from mining, that they have benefited. And since everyone has talked about all the other points, I just wanted to add that one word, government, so that we remember that we're a team, we're working together. When miners are successful, even as government officials were successful, and when we're both successful, citizens are also, they're also happier. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. I think that was the last submission. Maurice is a good friend of, is a mining inspector for a whole region. Is focal personal officer of ASMs, a good friend of ASMs, and an extremely loyal government worker. So we have that. Our people are going to rank these options. There are many. I've listed 34. 34 on top of the other, were they 7? Of the other 7. So we are going to rank the top 12, and the chairman will communicate the outcome in his closing address tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first day. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Thank you so much for your participation. Those who haven't yet said the word, I know they will say it tomorrow. Or you can say the word privately to your neighbor. It doesn't have to be in public, so that you enjoy the meeting. I want to ask the leadership of the Eastern Regional UGASM to see us off, possibly in conjunction with the national chairperson. Now, tomorrow, we have revised the program a little bit with your leadership, and we would like to close with lunch. We shall have a late lunch like we did today, and then after that, people those who can head back. The ones from Mubende can wait for the presidential address on Saturday, which means they will be loitering around Kampala. Good enough, the law of idle and disorder is no longer there. The Kenyans have no choice but to spend the weekend with us, touring. So my plea to you is that we start early. Our program starts at 8 with arrival and registration. Dr. Wawire, who is the only retired doctor I know who is engaged in ASM, has offered to give us a small tutorial about the impact of mercury on human health. So we shall have that at the beginning. It will be a small thing, maybe 20 minutes. And after that, we'll enter the mercury discussion with NEMA, with DGSM, with Planet Gold, Busitema University, and others. And then we shall tweak the program to make sure that when we are going for lunch at 2, we are also going for networking and departure. Thank you so much. I don't know As Padde and Chairman Bosco are closing, I'll inquire about some other arrangements. Thank you.
Possible. I have been requested by the chairman to announce this administrative order. All original chairpersons are requested to remain behind with your coordinators, whoever you have come with. In the east, I have Berenge, I have Aria, I have Josephine, and myself. Please, you are requested to remain behind. And also other regions. We have Karamoja, we have Western, we have Central. Please, you all are requested to remain behind. On behalf of Ugasam, I want to thank ASM very deeply from the bottom of my heart for having made this meeting so lively. I am therefore requested to postpone this meeting up to tomorrow, 8 o'clock sharp. Be here. Thank you all for God and our country. This meeting is therefore officially adjourned up to tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Elamanoi.